There is a famous pizza company, and when you would make an order from them, it would take you to a tracking page where you could see the updates of your pizza order live. And today I thought it would be fun to build these applications. It will be a full stack application built in Go. So here we will have an admin dashboard where admins can update the status of the order. And then here for the customer, we have the tracking page. And let's see what happens when I update the status of the order. So from order placed, I can go to, for example, preparing. And we can see when I do that, it updates immediately in the tracker. Let's try it again, but maybe now let's jump to quality check. And we can see immediately it updates. And to achieve this, we will use something called server sent events. It lets the server send real-time updates to the client. Let's go through the whole workflow of the application and check the other features out. So here in the admin dashboard, we can log in and log out. Only admins that have the username and password can log in, and this is stored in the database. So let's try to log in. So admin, and then I enter the password for that admin. And I get taken here to the dashboard. And then let's try to make a new pizza order. So if we go to the start page here, we can see the pizza order form, and I can fill in my name, so Patrick, and some phone number, and then the address. So let's say Test Street 111. And then here I can add the pizzas I want. So let's say I want a small margarita, and then let's add another pizza. So maybe for this one I will pick large. And then let's pick a pepperoni and give it some special instructions. So make it crispy, please. And then we place the order. And as soon as we place the order, we get redirected to this tracking page. So we can start following for live updates about our pizza. And instead of just making it pop up in the table, because maybe our admin is already working on processing some other orders, I just show the label here, and then when the admin is ready, they can just press this button, so refresh, and the order will pop up here. So we see the small margarita, large pepperoni, and then we can also hover over this one, and we see the special instruction for the large pepperoni pizza. It says, make it crispy, please. And then let's just update the status. So let's say it's ready. And then the customer will see the pizza is ready. And we can also delete the pizza if we want to. And this is the whole application. Before we start building, let's go through the dependencies that we're going to use for this project. So the first dependency, it will be Gin, and that will be the web framework that we're going to use. The next dependency is Gorm, and Gorm is an ORM that lets you work with a database using Go structs instead of writing SQL in the code. Then we have Gin sessions library, and that will be used for keeping track of the logged in user. Then we have bcrypt, and we will use that to hash the passwords in the database. It's never a good idea to store passwords in a database in plain text. And then we have validator that we will be used for validating form requests. The last one is short ID. So it's a small lib that gives you back IDs that look similar to what YouTube have. Now, if you want access to the complete step-by-step written guide along with the full source code, I made this available on my website, and you find a link in the description below. Alright, let's get started in writing some code. I'm inside VS Code, and I have opened a folder where I want the project to live. So the next step is to set up the project. We can start by running go mod init. I will call it pizza tracker go. So the go mod init, it will create the go.mod file, and that will be used to track dependencies. The next thing we can do is create the folders that we're going to have. So I will say make dir, and then we will write the P flag. So what this does is it will let us create nested folders. And then we want an internal folder. Inside that one, it should have a folder called models. And then we want to have templates. And inside templates, we also want to have a folder called static. And then we will have a data folder. And we also want to have a CMD folder. So we can now see here that all the folders has been created. And the first thing we're going to start building is submitting the pizza order. So the goal with this is the customer should be able to submit their order. And once they're submitted, they should be redirected to a confirmation page with the order ID. And when building futures, I like to start in the database. It gives me a clear vision how the data will look like that we're going to work with both in the backend and in the front end. So to do that, we will create models. So we can open up the internal folders and then go to models. And inside here, we will create a new file and we will call it order.go. And this will belong to the package models. Let's first start with declaring some variables that we will have. So we can say var, and then we will have something called order statuses. And this we want to have a capital letter so other packages can use it. And the order statuses, it will be a string slice. I can write like this, string. And the different order statuses, if you remember, are the one in the progress bar and the one in the admin dashboard that the admin can update the order to have. So order placed, and this should be a small letter like this. Then we also had preparing, we have baking, quality check, and the last one is ready. And the nice thing of putting all the order status in a slice like this is every time we want to add a new order status, we can just add it here. And then the validation will get updated automatically. And also the values in the front end will also be updated automatically because we will pass around this slice. And we will do the same for pizza types. So say pizza types. That will also be the string slice. So I have cheated a little bit and I will paste it here. We have the margarita, pepperoni, vegetarian, Hawaiian, and so on. Then we have our pizza sizes, and that will also be a string slice. So we have small, medium, large, and X large. And what we want to do now is we want to create our order model struct. So we will say type order model struct. And the purpose of the order model is we just hold the DB connection. So we can say DB, and that will be a pointer to the Gorm database connection. So we can write star gorm.db. Next, we want to create our order struct, and this will represent an order in the database. So we can say type order struct, and it will have a ID. That will be a string. And with Gorm, you can use struct tags to define the different columns in the database. We can say Gorm, and there will be a primary key. And then we can limit the column size to be, let's say, size 14 characters. And then when we convert this to JSON, we don't want ID to be capital letters. So we can say JSON and ID like that. Then we will have the status. So status, there will be a string. And we can say Gorm In the database, this value is not allowed to be nil, so we can say not nil. And then we will say JSON status. And if you feel confused and you're thinking like, hey Patrick, where do you get all these struct tags from? So let's take a quick look in the Gorm documentation. So here we have the Gorm documentation, and they have a page called declaring models. You can see here, this is quite similar to what we are doing, but instead we have orders. And if we scroll down a little bit on the page, scroll down, and then we can see here, it says field tags. So here are the different field tags you can use on a model. For example, we use this one, not nil, and we also use this one, primary key. So Gorm uses these field tags to convert this to SQL tables. So let's continue with the other fields. The next field we will have is customer name. So we can copy status, and then we just change it to be customer name. And that will also be a string, and it will be not nil. However, instead of JSON status, it will be customer name. Then we will have phone, and that will also be a string. Same with that one. Gorm not nil, and then for the JSON, we will say phone. We will do the same for address, string, not nil, and for the JSON, you say address. The next field will be items. And items, that will be a slice of order item. And order item will be another struct that we're going to create. How this works is one order can contain multiple pizza. For example, maybe someone order a margarita and they also order a Hawaiian pizza. And because we don't know how many pizzas will be in an order, we have to put that in a different table. If we wouldn't have a relationship to order item, we would have to write something like maybe pizza 1, or if you call it order item, doesn't really matter. Or then like pizza 2, pizza 3. But what happens if the order have 4 pizzas? Then this wouldn't really be a good solution. So by doing like this, we will have 2 tables in the database, the order table, and we will have the order items table. And every order item will point to an order. So here we can say Gorm, and we will say foreign key. And the foreign key will be to the order ID. And then when converted it to JSON, we can call it pizzas. You could have called it items if you wanted to. I just thought it was a bit clear in the front end to call it pizzas. It's just a personal preference. And then we will have a created at, and this will be a time type. So we can say JSON and then created at. And this should be capital letter. So what we can do now is we can create the order item struct. So we say type order item struct, and we can copy this one ID because it will be the same. And then here it will have the reference to the order. So we will say order ID, and there will be a string, and then we say Gorm, and then we can say index. You can think about database indexing like a book's index. If you're looking for something specific in a book, it's quite hard without the index, and you have to go through the whole book to find that specific information. But with the index, you can just look like, oh, okay, I'm looking for this chapter and I can find it on page 55. So by doing this, it will be faster when we want to retrieve an order with all its order items. And then you might be thinking, well, shouldn't I always add an index then? It sounds very good. It also has some drawback. By adding an index, it makes the data slower to write, because every time you insert a new item, the database also have to update its index. You should only add indexes for data that you query a lot. For example, I don't have any query where I look for an order that have some phone number. So there's no point of having an index on phone number. And then we have the size of the pizza. So that will be a string. Then we say Gorm, and it cannot be nil. And then we say JSON size. And then we can copy this. And instead of size, we will say pizza. So that will be the name of the pizza. And we can say here JSON pizza. And the last field for order items are the special instructions. So let's say here instructions, but not every pizza will have special instructions. So we can remove this here. So you say JSON and then instructions. So Gorm have something called hooks, and hooks let you listen to events. For example, when Gorm insert data, when it update, when it delete, and so on. We want to create a hook when we creating data. So let's create a method. So we say func, and then we attach it to the order struct, order like this. And then all we need to do is specify the name of the hook. So we can say before create, and in every hook you have access to the database context. And this is a Gorm DB type. And we are not going to use this, but some use cases are if, for example, you need to have a transaction, or maybe you want to do some updates in the database before this hook runs. So in this before create, because we want to use short ID as an ID, we need to generate that ID before we insert that order to the database. What we can do is we will say if order ID is equal to empty string. In that case, we can just say order ID and set that to be equal to short ID, and then must generate. So this one, it comes from this library here that I mentioned before. And hooks can also return an error. Let's say error here. However, if we reach here, that means there was no error. So we can just say return nil. And then we want to do the exact same thing for order item. So we can just copy this one. And instead of order, we will say order item. And to make it more clear here, we can say OI. Now we are ready to create the queries. So we will begin with two queries. The first query is to create an order. And to do that, we can say func. And we will attach that to the order model. So order model. And we will call it create order. And as an argument, we will pass the order struct. We can say order and then order, and this can return an error. So we say error, and then we just say return, and we use the order model that have access to the DB. So DB, so we say order and then DB, that's the DB connection. And then we can call the create method. So we'll just say create, and then we will pass our order. So we say order, and then if there's an error, we return that by saying error like this. And then for our next query, it will be to get the order. So we can just copy this one. And here we will say get order. And this will take ID. So the ID of the order you want to get, and we say ID string. And this can return the order. And then it can also return an error. So let's create an empty order here. So we say var order, that's of type order. And then we can just say error, and we set that to be order model, and then db, and then preload, and we can say items. So what we're doing here, when we're fetching an order from the database, we also want to get all the order items. So all the pizzas that belong to this order. And then we will say first. So that means return the first row that it finds for order. And then we specify how we want to match that. And we want to match that by ID. So we can say ID equals, and then a question mark. So that's a placeholder. And then here we pass the ID. And then let's return the error if there is one. So error. And then here we will return the order that come back from the database, or we will return the error. So find the first order that matches the ID that we pass here, and then also include all the order items that comes with this order. And now we need to set up a central place where we initialize the database connection. So if we go to the models folders, and then let's create a new file, and we will call it models.go, and it belongs to the package models. And then here we will just say type db model struct. For now we have the order model, so we can say order, and then order model, and then we will have a init db function, so we can say func init db, and here we will pass the data source name. That will be a string. We will be using SQLite, so this just means like the file path to the SQLite. And this can return the db model error. Then we create two variables, so db error, and we will set that to be Gorm. And then we want to open connection, and we pass the SQLite connection, so SQLite, I will say open, and then we pass the data source name, and then we will pass the Gorm config. We can say Gorm config, and we will just pass the empty config, so that means we use all the default values. But if you want to do some extra configuration, you can do it inside here. Then we will check for an error. So we say if error not equal to nil. In that case, we can say return nil. And then for the error, we can say fmt error f failed to migrate database. And we will say %v, and we can just pass the error. And the next step we want to do is we want to migrate all our tables. So Gorm has a feature called auto migrate. All you need to do is you pass your models, and Gorm will automatically create these tables in the database. We can say error and set that to be db auto migrate, and then we just pass our models. So that will be order item, and then we can check for the error here. So we say if error not equal to nil. In that case, let's return nil, and we will say fmt error f failed to migrate database, and then the %v, and then we just pass the error. And if everything went okay, we want to create our db model. So we can say db model and set that to be equal to db model, and then we set order, and that should be the order model. And for the order model, we just pass our db connections, our db and then db like this. And then at the end, we can say return db model and then nil, because there will be no error here. So it looks like we have an error here. So let's see what it is. Unknown field order instruct. Okay. So I forgot to specify the name here. So it should be order like this. Let's talk about the changes we have implemented. So you might be wondering, why do we need this struct? Like, what purpose does it fill? So the idea is that later we will have more models in this struct, and this makes it easy in other parts of the code where we just can import this DB model, and then we have access to all our database model in one struct. And for the Gorm open, like that's kind of where the magic happens. So you can think of it as a wrapper that wraps around the database connection. And by using this one, we get access to all the features that Gorm is offering. For example, if we go to the order.go file, and here you see we say create, we say preload, and that's because we're using the gorm.open and then supplying it to our model here. And then we had the auto migrate. The auto migrate creates the table for us. And when we do any changes to these models, this one will also update the database. And if we scroll up here, we can see we have some errors. So we have two dependencies that cannot be found. And the reason for that is because they are not in our go.mod files. To solve this, we can open a new terminal. And inside the terminal, we can say go mod tidy. So what this command will do is it will look through your code, and then it will look for packages. If it finds a package that doesn't exist in the go.mod file, it will then add that dependency to that file. So if we open up now go mod, we can see here we have the dependencies. And the next thing we want to do is we're going to create some custom validators. So in the CMD file, we can create a new file and we can call it validators.go. And this will belong to the package main. For our use case, we need to create a custom validator. So when the user submit a pizza, they shouldn't be able to submit a pizza that doesn't exist. And they should also not be able to submit pizza with size that we don't have. And these validators, we will use them later in the handler. The first thing we can do is we can say func register custom validators. And to register custom validation, we can use the gin validator engine. So here we will first do a if check. So we can say if v and then OK. We then say binding validator engine. But this is an interface. So what we want to do is we want to convert it to a specific type. So we can say dot, and then we will say validator dot validate. And if it's of type validator validate, we can say OK, because this will then be true. And that means it's to use the value. So we can say v dot register validation. And the first validation, we want to call it valid pizza type. And then we can say create slice valid. This is a helper function that we will create later. And then we want to pass the valid pizza types. So if you remember, in our models, we have models, and then we have pizza types. So here are the pizza types that we defined. So we want to make sure when someone submits an order, it contains any of these values. And then we can copy this. And we want to do the same for size. And then we can say here models, pizza sizes. And then here we want to create our slice validator. So we can say func create slice validator. It will take allowed values, and that will be a string, and we will return a validator dot func, and then inside here we can just say return func, and this accept a field, so we'll say fl validator field level, and this one will return a boolean, and then we can just say return slices, and then we can use the contains, and we pass our allowed values, and then the field we are trying to validate, so fl field, and then we can say string, and here it should be func like this, and I also misspelled this one, so it should be return like this. Okay, so we create our custom validators, and then we register it, so Gin will be able to recognize when we say valid pizza type or valid pizza types. It will become more clear later when we use this one in the handler. And now let's start working on our handlers. And we have some errors here about the import, and we will fix them later when we run go mod tidy. And we can now start working on our handlers. So in the CMD folders, let's create a file called handlers.go. And if you're coming from other languages, that is a controller, it will receive the request from the client, and then it will process the request. So we can create a struct here. So this will belong to the package main. And we can create a struct here, so we can say type handler struct. And then we say orders, and that will be of models, and then order models. And then here we want to create a constructor, so we can say func new handler. You will take a DB model, so DB model, and that will be of the type models DB model. And then we return the handler. And inside here, we can return the handler and initialize it with orders. And that will be DB model dot order. So you might be wondering, like, what is the purpose? Why do we do this? When we create our handlers later, we can say that they belong to this handler struct, and then they will have access to all the dependencies that we pass here. For now, we only have orders, but later we will have more dependencies, and we can now start creating our first handlers. So if we go to CMD, we can create a new handler called customer.go, and it will belong to the package main. And we will start by creating two structs. So the first one is order form data, and it will exist of pizza types. That will be a slice string. It should be struct here. And then we have pizza sizes. That will also be of type slice string. This struct, it will be used for when we're gonna render the order form. And when we render the order form, we want to display all the available pizza types and also all the pizza sizes that we have. And then the next struct we're gonna create is the order request. So this will be the data we expect the user to submit from the front end when they're creating a new order. So type order request struct, and the first field we want to have is name, and that will be a string, and we will specify some rules here and tell Gin how to bind the data. So we'll say in the form, it will be called name. And then when Jin tries to bind this data, we need to do some validation, and it will be using the validator package that I talked about before. So what we can do is to bind data in Jin, you can say binding, and then I specify the rules. So I want the name to be required. I want it to have a minimum length of 2 and a maximum length of 100. The next field I want to create is phone. We set that to be a string, and we will call it phone in the form, and it will be required. And let's set a minimum length of, let's say 10, and then a maximum length of maybe 20. Then we want the address field. So here we will say address. That will also be a string, and it will be required. And let's set a minimum length of 5, and then maybe a maximum length of, let's say 200. And the next one we will have is sizes, and that will be a slice of strings. And then in the form we will call it size. Then here for the validation, we can say we want it to be required, and we want minimum to be 1. So when the user is making an order, they need to submit at least 1 pizza. And let's remove the max. In the validation, there should be no spaces. So let's fix that. So we said the field is required, and they need to submit at least 1 item. And now for every item in that slice, we want to validate. And to do that, you can say dive. Here we can use the custom validator that we created before. So we can say valid pizza type. And we can then do the same for pizza types. Here we say pizza types. And in the form we call it pizza, and then we will do the same validation. So we say binding. The field is required, and it needs to have at least 1 item. And then for all the items, we go through them and we will check it's a valid pizza size. And the last field we have left is instructions. So we can say instructions, and in the form is called instructions. And this one is optionals, but we will set a max length, so we can say max equal to 200. And that's it. That's our validation for the order. Now we can create the handler for rendering the order form. To do that, we can say func, and then handler, and then we will say serve new order post, and it will take a context. So in every handler, you get access to this context, and it comes with the data you submitted and a lot of helper methods and yeah, stuff like that. So to render in Jin, you can use the context. So you say c.html. And before we continue, let's just fix this import error so the IntelliSense is working. And we open a terminal, and then we just write go mode tidy. And the status code we want to send is 200. So HTTP status OK. Then we will specify the name of the template we want to render. We will create this one later, and we will call it order temple. And then we will pass the data that we want to render in the template. So we will say order form data. And we pass the pizza types, and then we say models.pizza types, and then we have the sizes. So we say pizza sizes and then models pizza sizes. And that's it. That's a very short handler. All it does is it renders the order template, and then it passes the pizza data. And as I said before, Because we are using the data from the models pizza types and models pizza sizes, and both in the validation and both the values we're going to send to the front end. That means every time we add a value here or here, the values in front end will be updated and the validation will also be updated automatically. And then we want a new handler where the user can submit the order. So we'll say func. And this also belongs to the handler. So handler, and then we can say handle new order post. And we pass the context. Then here we will say var form, and that will be order request. And now we will use gin to try to bind the data to that struct. So we can say if, and then we'll say error. And we set that to be equal to context. And it have a method called should bind. And here we want to pass the pointer to the form. So we can say form. And then error not equal to nil. If error is not nil, that means something went bad. And when trying to bind the data, for example, maybe some validation rules failed, and then we can say c.json, and we want to return HTTP status bad request. So that is status 400. And then we can say gin.h. Gin.h is just a shortcut to send a map. So here we can say error. And then to get the error, we say error.error. And then we can just return. And if it passes this step, it means there were no errors. And what we want to do then is we want to build the data so it matches the structure that we have in the database. So we will start by creating the order items. So we can say order items. And because we already know how many items we're going to add, we can optimize this a little bit by using the make. We will have a slice, and there will be models, and it will be order item. And then here we can specify the size. So we can say len, and then form sizes. Because we specify now the size of order items, Go automatically add 0 values. And because we already set up order items with make to be the correct size, we can loop over it and replace it with the real values that we want to have. So we can say 4, and then I set that to be equal to range order items. And then we just say order items dot I, so the index we want to add to. And here we will use the order item struct, so we can say models, and then order item, and then we just pass the value. So size, that will be form sizes, and then the index. Then we have pizza, that will be form dot pizza types, and here pass the index, and then same for the instructions, form dot instruction, and then we pass I. So we created our order items, and what we want to do now is we want to create our order. We say order, and we set that to be models order, and then let's pass our data. So we have customer name, that will be form.name. Then we have phone, and that will be form.phone. We have address, form.address, and then we have status. So status will be models.order statuses, and we will use the first status. So if we go to order statuses, we can see that the first status is order placed. So every time a customer places a new order, the default status will always be order placed. And then we need to add our order items to the order. And to do that, we will just say items, and then order items. We can now try to add the order to the database. So we can say if error, and we set that to be age, and then we will have orders, and we can say create order, And here we want to pass the pointer to the order struct, so order. And then we just say error not equal to nil. If that is the case, we can log it. We can use the package log, and this comes with Go. So it's a structured logger. Error failed to create order, and then we can say error, and then we just pass the error. And if that is the case, let's just return a 500. So we can say C string, we say HTTP status internal server error. So that will be 500. And then we can pass the error. So error dot error. And then we can just say something went wrong. And we can just add a return statement here. That means we successfully created an order and added it to the database. So we can say slog info order created, and then we say order ID, and we can pass order dot ID, and then we can also say customer, and then order dot customer name should be customer. Next, we can just redirect them to the order tracking page that we will create later. So we will say C redirect HTTP status C other, and the path to that will be /customer/ and then we pass the order ID. So order dot ID. For every order, they can track the page by going to /customer and then the ID of the order. And the status code 303 is basically just saying we are redirecting to this page. So we have a handler for showing the form, and we have a handler for accepting the order data. Now we want to create the handler to show the tracking page for the order. So let's say func, and then handler, you will say serve customer, and then we have our context, so gin context. So the first thing is we want to retrieve the order ID, and we can say order ID, and we set that to be C param, and then we say ID. So what param does is extract the URL parameter. Later in the router we will specify it like this, ID, and then when we then say c.param, we get the value of that ID param. Then we want to check if order ID is equal empty string. In that case we say c string and say http bad request, and then we say order ID is required, and then we can try to find order. So we can say order and then error, and we set that to be h.orders, and then we use the get order. We pass our order ID, and then we can just check for error here. So if error equal to nil, in that case let's say c string and then http status not found. So that is status 404, and then we can just say order not found, and after that we can return it. So if they supply an ID and we try to find an order that doesn't exist, it's very common to return the status 404. But if we reach here, that means we found an order. So we can say context and then HTML. We say HTTP status OK, so that is 200. We will render a template called customer template that we also will create later. So temple, and then we can say gin h, and we just say order and set that to be order. So we have now created all our handlers. And the next thing we can take a look at is creating our templates. And then we need to set up our routes. And after that, we can initialize everything in the main file, and we will be ready to test this out. But before that, we need to create a utils files with some utils function that we're going to use. In the CMD, I will create a new file, and I will call it utils.go. And it will belong to the package main. Then I will create a config struct. So I can say type config struct. This one will have a port. There will be a string. And it will have a db path. There will be a string. I will then have a function that initializes the config. So I can say func load config. It will return the config. And inside here we can say return config. There is a port. And for the port, we're going to use a helper function that we're going to create. So we say get env. And you specify the environment variable that you want to read. So in this case, port. And if no value is present, it will return a default value. So 8080. Then we have db path. And we say get env. That will be the database URL. Then we can create a get env function. So we say func get env. We pass the key and we pass the default value, and both of them are strings. It will return a string. So we will check if value, and then here we will say os get env, and we pass the key. And if value is not equal to empty string, in that case, that means we found the environment variable, so we can just return value. Else, we want to return the default value. Then at the top, we can say import OS. And this one should be a smaller, so like this, get env. And then we have one more function we want to create. So this function will be called load templates. And we will pass the router, and that will be of type gin.engine, and it can return an error. So the purpose of this function is it will find all our templates, and then it will parse them so that Go and Gin can use it. And inside the templates, we will start by defining a helper function that we can use inside the templates. So we can say functions, and we set that to be a template, and then we say func map. And here we can specify our extra functions that should be available in the templates. And the templates comes from the HTML template package. So up here we can see that. And we will have a function that we call add. And then we will say func a b, and that will be int. And it will return an int. So we can say return a plus b. So what this does, later in our template, we can do something like this. So we'll have the brackets, and then we can, for example, write add 2 and 5, for example. When you want to extend the templates in Go, you want to add some extra functionality that's not possible. And then this is how you can do it. You can create a custom function. And then we're gonna look for all the templates. So we can say tempo and then error. And we set that to be template new. So what the template new does, it's create the empty template. And here we passes no name for it. So basically this will just be a container for all the templates. And then we will pass our extra function that we created. So we can say funcs. And then we pass functions. Then we want to find all our templates and parse them. So we can do that by using parse globe. And then we just say templates and then star.temple. So this will find all the templates file in the templates folder. And then we want to check if there's an error. So if error not equal to nil, in that case, we return the error. If we have no error, we want to call the router. So here we pass the router and we want to tell the gin set HTML template. So it tells gin, we have these templates and you can use them. And then we also have to pass our template. So template like this. As a last step, we can just return nil, because as we got this far, we have no error. I also see I misspelled this one. So it should be load templates like this. And what we can do now is we want to create a routes file. So the route files will set up all the paths for our handlers. So in the CMD, let's create a new file and we can call it routes.go. It will belong to the package main. And inside here, we can say func setup routes. It will take the router and that will be of gin engine, and it will also take the handler. So handler like this, and then let's start with router, and we can say get on the root path. We want to say h, so that's our handler, h.serve new order. I think I made a mistake here. So if we go here, we shouldn't call this serve new order post. It's not a post request. It will just be a get request that return the order template and that had these values. Let's just call it serve new order form. That's a better name. So serve new order form. And then we can say router dot post. And that will be for new order for the path. And the handler it should use is handle new order post. When the user submit the new order, they should submit it to this URL. Then we have the router get, and that will be /customer. And then we will say /ID, and this will be the route where they can track their pizza order, and the ID, it will be dynamic, so it will change per order. So that's what this syntax mean. Here we want to say h.serve customer. Then we can say router static. And we say /static, and it should look in the templates /static. So this will be used for example, the pizza SVG spinner. So all the files that we put here will be available in /static and then their name. And the next thing we want to do is we want to set up everything in the main.go file. But before we do that, let's open up the validators file, because I see it's red, so maybe we have some errors here. And if we then go here and we hover over it, it doesn't have a register validation method, but does have a register validation here with uppercase R. So let's change it to that. Okay, and now the errors are gone. So let's create our main.go file. So in the CMD folder, we can create a new file, and we will call it main.go, and this will be the entry point for our application. So we can start by saying package main, and then we want to create the main function. So func main. Let's first start with loading our config. So you can say config and then set that to be load config. So if you remember, this is the method that we just set up some port, and we also set up the DB path. And then we want to set up a logger, so we can say logger, and then we will say slog new, and then slog.new text handler. You can also choose JSON if you prefer that, and then we will pass the writer, so it will be OS standard out. And then you can also pass a config, but we will just pass a nil. And what we can do next is we can say slog.set default, and then we pass the logger. So in case you never used the slog before, it comes built in Go. You can think of it like a modern way of logging in Go applications. We wanted to log in the text format, and we want to use the standard output. So that means we will see the logs in our console, and then we use the set default. So that means every time we use the slog logger in our application, it will use this logger that we set up here. And also any internal package or third-party libraries using slog, they will also use this logger then, because we set it as default. And after we set up our logger, we want to initialize our database. So we can do that by writing db model and then error. And we set that to be equal to models. And then we will call the init db that we created before. And here we want to pass the path for our database. So we can say config and then db path. And then we want to check for an error. So if error not equal to nil, in that case, we will say slog error. Then we can say failed to initialize database, and we can then pass the error, so error. And then we can say OS exit 1. If we get an error here, it means we cannot run our application without our database, so we will just exit it. And if there's no error, then we can log some info, so we can say slog info, and then we can say database initialized successfully. And then we want to set up the other code that we created. So we created some custom validator. We can say register custom validators. And then we want to create our handler. So we can say age, and then we set that to be new handler. And we will pass our DB model, and we will create our router. So to do that, we will say router, and then we will set that to be gin default. So gin.default, it creates a gin router, and it attaches some default middleware to it for logging and also some recovery in case something panics. What we want to do then is we want to load our templates. So we can say if error, and we set that to be load templates. To load templates, we will pass our router, and then we can check if error not equal to nil. In that case, we can just say slog error failed to load templates. And then let's pass the error, and then we can also just exit the program, because without the templates, we cannot run our application. So OS exit 1. After that, we can set up our routes. So we can say set up routes. We pass our router, and we pass our handlers. And then we can say slog.info server starting. And we can say URL and HTTP ://localhost and then plus our port, so that will be config and then port. And then we can just call router run, and here we say : and then plus our port. So what we're saying is start a server on the port that is specified in the config. Let's step back a little bit and talk about what we did. So most of the things that we did here in the main.go file is we called all the function that we have created, basically setting up the application here. We load our port value and the DB path. We set up a logger. We initialize the database. So it's create the connection to Gorm, and it's run the migrations and create all the tables. Then we register our custom validator. So we added these validators that we have to register before we can use them. And we create our handler that we pass the DB model. So in the new handler, it creates a handler struct, and then it just attach all the models to it. So later we will add more here. And by doing this, we have an easy access to the database models in our handlers. Then we call the gin default, and that sets up a gin router with some default middleware. We load our templates. We add our function that we're going to use in the templates. We parse all the templates that's located here. And then we say to gin, these are the templates and these are the ones you can use. And then we also have the setup routes. Just set up all the paths that we have. So currently we have for one serving the order form. You can post the order, and then there's also a route for the customer to track their order. And then we have the static route also. And at last, we just do some logging and then starting the server. Before we can test everything out, there is one thing left we need to do. We need to create our templates that we're going to use for these routes. We have a templates folder here. And inside that one, we will start by creating a base template. So we'll say base.tmpl. And this template syntax is already something that's built in with Go. And the purpose of this base templates is that our other templates can use this. For example, if we have JavaScript or CSS dependencies, we don't have to repeat them everywhere, and we can just specify it in one place. So we will start by writing double brackets, and then we can say define top. So what this is doing is we are creating a reusable block, and this block we can use in our other templates. And then below this, we can say doc type, set that to be HTML, create the HTML, and then we can also set the language to be English. And inside the HTML, we can create our head. So we will say head, and then inside here, we're gonna add some meta tags and also a script tag. So we say meta, and then we say charset, and we set that to be UTF-8. Another one, so we say meta, we can say name, and we set that to be viewport, and we set the content to be width equal device width, and then we can say initial scale equal to 1.0. So this helps the app being responsive on a mobile. And then we can import our Tailwind script. So we can say script, and we want the source to be https://cdn and then tailwindcss.com. And then we can close our block here. So we can use say double brackets and then say end. And then we will create a new block here. So define bottom. Here is close the body. And we can actually this one, we can move here and put it here. And then we can just say end. So you might be wondering, like, why do we even need this bottom block? It doesn't seem to do anything. And yeah, that's correct. For this example, you could probably remove it. But it's good to have, because maybe later you decide that you want to add like a script or something, or maybe you want to have a footer or something that should be on every page. Then you just specify it here, and all the templates using this bottom section will also have it. And we can also remove this one here, because we will be closing it in our other templates. And we can now start creating the order template. So inside the templates folder, let's create a new template, and we will call it order.tmpl. And then here, VS Code doesn't recognize what this is, so we can set it to be a HTML template. To do that, I will press Command K and then M. And here I will just say HTML. So the first thing I want to do is I want to use that top block that we created. And to do that, I can say double brackets, and then I say template, and I pass the name of that block. So I say top, and to pass all the data that we pass to the order template, I can write dot. That means all the data I will pass to the order template will also be passed to the base template. Now, currently we are not using any data, but for example, maybe you have, I don't know, something here like, let's say, order ID, then this would be available here, because we're passing the data here. And after that, we will have a title, so we can say title new pizza order, and then here we can close the head. So we say close head like this, and then we want to have a body tag, and then we can also import the bottom section. So we can say template bottom, and then on the body tag we can start adding some Tailwind CSS. So let's say class, and then we'll say bg gradient to give it a nice background to bottom right, and we can say from amber 50, and then via orange 50 to rose 50, and then we say min h screen. So it says the minimum height to be 100% of the viewport. And then inside here, let's create our div, and let's just write some text to see that everything working and is set up. So maybe a p tag, and then we say this will be the order form page. And then to see that everything is working, let's open up a terminal. So let's first run go mod tidy, and then we can say go run ./cmd. And we can now see that our Gin server is starting up, and we get some logging here in the console. And let's now open up our browser and see how it looks like. So here, if we go to the local host 8080, we can see this page. But for some reason, it looks like the Tailwind CSS is not applied. So let's troubleshoot this. If we go back to our base template, here we have our Tailwind CSS, and the URL, it looks correct. However, I can see here that I misspelled it. It should be script, and then it should also be script here. So let's try that, and we might need to restart our server. So I can say Control-C, and then you start the server up again. If we go back to our browser, and then we just reload it, we can then see that we got a background on our page, and the styling of the text changed a little bit. So that means Tailwind is loading successfully. Let's now continue with our template. And for this div, we will give it some styling. So we will say class, then bg white /80. Then we will give it a backdrop, so backdrop. And we say blur small. We give it some padding, and on larger screen we can give it some more padding. So we can say from medium we will say padding 10, and give it some border radius, so rounded 3 XL. Then we'll say shadow XL, border, and then border white /20, max width 2 XL, and then width full. And this div, it will be our form container, and outside this div we want to have another div, and that will basically be the container of the page. So we can say div, and then class flex item center, and then justify center. And then we give the padding of 6, and then for larger screen we can say from medium padding 8. So here is our page container, and then we will move this form container to inside here, and we can remove this p tag, and then we will have our title. So we can say h1, and here we can say new pizza order, and then we give it some styling. So we want it to be text 4 XL, it should be font bold, text gray 900, give it a margin bottom 8, text center, and then we set some letter spacing, so we can say tracking tight. And after this title we want to create our form, so we can say form, and then the action, it will be the URL that it should submit to. So in our routes we have post /new order, so here we will say /new order. The method, it will be post, and then we can also give it some styling, so we say class space y6. Inside this form we will have a div, we say class, then we say space y5, and inside here let's create a h2, so h2, and then we can say class text XL, font semi-bold, text gray 800, margin bottom 4, and this one we can say customer information. And then we want to create our input, so first we can have a div, and inside this div we will have a label, so label, and it will have 4, that will be name, and inside the label we will say name, and then let's say class block text gray 700, it'll be of text small, font medium, and it will have a margin bottom of 2, so MB2. Then we can create our input, so let's say input, that will be of type text, the name will be name, the ID will be name, and then we add some HTML validation, so we can say required, and we can set min length of 2, and then max length, let's say 100, and then we can add our styling. So here let's say class, we want it to be full width, give it some padding, should have a border gray 200, we want it to be rounded, so we say rounded XL, we want to hide the default focus outline, so we can say focus outline none, and then we can say focus ring 2, and when it's focused the ring should have a color of emerald 400, then we can say focus border transparent, and then we can say transition all. Because the other inputs will have the same styling, we can copy this. So we will have, first we have name, then we will have phone, and then we will have address. So let's just update it here. So it says phone. And also for the input. Here we can say phone. And then we can update the validation. So maybe min length 10, max length 20. I'm not sure if this makes sense to have the phone number of a minimum length of 10, but I don't know. You can always just adjust it if you want some other number like 5, 8 or whatever. Or if you don't want it at all, you can just leave it off. And then we have our address. So here, let's say address. Then maybe required min length, let's say 5. And then max length, maybe 200. And then here we can say address and address. And then we will add our buttons and our pizza sections. So you can order multiple pizzas for one order. And let's start by creating it. And in this div, we can say class space y5. And then let's have another div. We can say class flex, and then justify between. Then we have items center, and here we can have h2. So h2, let's just say pizzas, and give it some styling. Text Excel font semi-bold, text gray 800. And I know when I was starting using Tailwind, I was thinking like, how am I supposed to remember all these classes? But the thing is, you don't need to remember them. Like all you need to do is, for example, for this one, I want to specify the text color of it, but I don't know how to do it. So what you can do then is you can go to the Tailwind CSS documentation, and then let's open up the search here. So let's say maybe color. And here I have something called colors. Okay, I can see the different colors they have available. And they have some different example how to use them. And you can see here, it says using color utils like big and wide, border pink 300, text gray 950 sets the different color properties of elements in your design. So for the text, you would just write text and then the color that you want to use. So you could pick any of the colors here, and you can see here it says red 50. Then here, for example, we have blue 600 and so on. And then below this one, we want to have a button. So let's say button, and that will be of type button. And we will have a on click. So on click, we will say add pizza. And this is a JavaScript function that we haven't created. We will create it later. And then let's give this button some styling. So let's say class px4 py2. So some padding. Then we say text small. We want the font to be medium. Set text emerald 600. And then we can say hover text emerald 700. We can say border and border emerald 300. Say rounded XL. And then when we hover, we will say border emerald 400. And then when hover, we also want to change the background. So background emerald 50. And when it's active, we want to scale, so to 95, and then transition all. And here we can then say add another pizza. And after this div, We will just create an empty div, and we will give it the ID of pizzas, and then we just say class space y4. So this will be the container for all our pizzas, and for now is empty. And every time a user click this add pizza, we will add a new pizza to this container. And the last thing in the form is we want to have a submit button. So we can say button, and that will be of type submit. We'll have a class, and that will be width full PG Emerald 500, text white, and that will be font semi bold. We had some padding. I'm going to say rounded XL, and when you hover, we will say BG Emerald 600, and then we say active scale 0.99. Then we can say transition all shadow large, and then shadow Emerald 500/30. And inside this, let's just say place order. So what we can do now is we can open up our browser and see how it looks. But before that, we have to restart our server. So let's kill it and then run it again. And now if we go to our browser and to the localhost 8080, let's refresh the page. And we can now see here that we have our order form, and we have the button for adding pizzas, but currently it's not working because we haven't implemented the method. And then we have the place order button. However, it looks like there's some styling problems with the inputs because they are barely visible. So let's fix that. Let's see, on the input, what could be wrong? So the problem is, before we specify border grade 200, we also have to say border. And then let's restart the server. And if we now go back to our browser, we can now see the inputs. And I saw another mistake that we did. I misspelled the rounded. So let's also fix that. Rounded, restart the server, and this looks much better. So we can now go back to our editor and finishing the template. So what we want to do here is we will create HTML template. So we'll say template, and then we will give it ID. We will call it pizza template. And in case you never worked with HTML templates before, so basically you put all your HTML that you want here, and this will not be visible when the user visits the browser. However, we can later interact using JavaScript. So for example, we want to render all the pizzas that the user is going to order. Every time the users click add another pizza, we will just clone this template with JavaScript, and then we will add it to the rest of the HTML. Inside here, we will start with a div. We will give it a class, and we will say pizza item. Then give it a border gray 200, rounded to XL. Give it some padding, BG gray 50/50, and inside this div we'll create another div and give it a class, and let's say justify between item center margin bottom 4, and then here we want to have a h3. We give it a class. You can say text large, font semi-bold, text gray 800, and then we can say pizza, And then we can add a hash symbol. So hash. And then we will have a span. We give that a class and we will say pizza number. And this one will be empty. However, later in the JavaScript, we can populate this one and we will set the number, for example, like pizza 1, pizza 2, and so on. And after this h3, we will have a button. So let's say button, and that will be of type button. It will have an on click. So on click, and then we will call a function remove pizza, and we will pass the this to it. So by doing this, we can get access to the element that's called the remove pizza. And let's give it a class. So we can say text red 500, and when we hover over it, we want the text to be red 700. We want the font to be medium. We say text small, and then transition colors. And then inside the button, we can just say remove. And then we want to create a container that can hold all the inputs. So we create a div, and we give it a class, and we say space y4. Inside this, we will have another div. And here we will create the first input. So let's first start with the label. So label, and we can give it a class. So class, and then we'll say block text gray 700, and then we can say text small, font medium, margin bottom 2, and here we can say size. This will be the drop-down where the user select what size they want on the pizza, and then we can say select. We give it our name of size, and that will be required. And then we can give it a class. So let's say width full, give it some padding, border gray 200. We want it to be rounded, so rounded XL. And then when focusing on it, we want to remove the default outline. So outline is none. And then we can set focus ring 2, focus ring emerald 400, and then focus border transparent, and it will say transition RPG white. And let's close this one. What we need to do here is we need to loop over all the pizza sizes that are available, and then we have to render it. So if we go to our customer handlers, and then we have this one, serve new order form, and we can see here we pass the pizza types and we pass the pizza sizes. And the pizza sizes will be a slice of strings. So small, medium, large, X large. And because we pass the data to the template, we can loop over it by saying double brackets, range, then we can say $sign dot pizza types. So when you're working in templates in Go, the $sign is that you want to access the root data, and then in the root data, we want to access pizza types. Inside this loop, we want to render out the option. So we can say option, and we will give that a value. So we can write double brackets, and to get the current item in the loop, you can write dot, and then we can close the options. And for the visible value, we will say double brackets and then dot again. And then you end the loop when you're done with it. So here we can say double brackets and then end. Oh, looks like I made a mistake here. Obviously it shouldn't be pizza types. we want to render pizza sizes. And then I can copy this, and we will do the same for pizza type. So we can say pizza type, and for the name, let's just say pizza, and instead of saying pizza sizes, we're gonna say pizza types. And for every pizza, you should also be able to add special instructions. So let's add a div here, and we can copy this label, paste it, and instead of pizza type, we will say special instructions. And then we will have a text area. Name will be instructions. We can give it a max length of 200. And then we say rows equal to 2. And let's give it some styling. So class v full. Give it some padding. Then let's say border gray 200. You can say rounded XL. And then focus outline should be none. Focus ring 2. And then focus ring emerald 400. And then we can say focus border transparent, transition all, and then resize none. So that's it. We created the template that we need for adding more pizzas to the order. And now we want to add the JavaScript that we're going to use. So here we can have a script tag. And inside this script tag, we will start by creating a variable. So we can say let pizza count, and we set that to 0. And then we will create a function, and we will call it add pizza. So the first thing we want to do is we want to clone the template. So we can say const clone, and then we can say document get element by ID. And here we will say pizza templates, and we will say content, and then we can just say clone node. And then we want a subtree, so we can say true. And here we can say clone and dot query selector. So inside this template, we want to target the pizza number, so we can update that. Clone query select the pizza number, and then we will set the text content, and that should be equal to ++ pizza count. So we increment the pizza count, and then we get the value. And then now we want to attach our pizza template to the DOM, so we can say document dot get element by ID, and we want to attach it to the div that has the ID pizzas, and then we can just say append child, and we will pass the template clone like this. And then we need to have a function. So to remove pizzas, we can say function remove pizza, and this will receive the button element that was clicked. So we can say button, and from the button we want to find the closest pizza item, and then we can say remove. And then we have to update all the pizza numbers. So to do that, we can say document dot query selector all. So get all pizza items, and then we can loop through it. So we can say for each, then we will have item, and we will have index, and we pass a function here, and then we will say item dot query selector, and we will target the pizza number. So we can say pizza number, and then we will set the text content to be equal to index +1. And after removing a pizza, we also want to update the pizza count. So to do that, we can say pizza count, And we can set it to be document.query selector all. And then we just say pizza item dot length. And when the user loads the page, there should already be at least one pizza form on the page, because you need to have at least one pizza to submit the order. So to be able to show that, we will just call add pizza like this. And when the user click on add another pizza, we will call this function again. So if we go back up here, here we have the button add another pizza, and I will call add pizza, and I will then call this add pizza function, and then we will render another pizza template. So before testing this out, let's create the template that the user will be redirected to after submitting the order. So in the templates, we can create a new file, and let's call it customer.template, customer tmpl. So let's change the language so VS Code recognize it. You can say change language mode, and then let's say HTML. Then let's close the other files. So let's first start with using the template top. So template top, and then we can pass the data that we pass to this template. And then let's create a title. So we can say order status. This will be the template that the user will see the order updates live. But for now, let's just display the order ID. We can close the head here. So head, and then let's create our body, and we will have a div. Let's give it a class, and we'll say max with md max auto, and then text center. Inside this, let's create a h1. So h1, give it a class. We'll say text to Excel font bold MB4, and then we can say order placed successfully. And then let's just say we have a p tag, and we can say class text large margin bottom, and we can say order ID, and then another p tag, and here we can just render the order ID. But let's give it some styling first. So class text Excel font bold, and then we can say margin bottom 4. And inside here we use the brackets, and then we access the data we pass. So we can say dot, and then we will say order, then dot ID, and then at the end we will just use the template bottom. So template bottom. So we can now try this out. Let's open up our terminal, and then let's kill the current server, and we can clear here in the terminal, and then let's run go mod tidy. I think it should already be up to date for the dependencies. Let's run it just in case. That seems fine. And then let's start the server. Go run cmd. Let's go to our browser, and let's just refresh it. We can now see here we have the order form, and we also have this pizza section. So we can see here we get the different sizes, and here we also get the different pizzas. Let's fill this out. Patrick, and then for phone, let's just say maybe 0000. And let's add our address. So I'll say just test street 25. And then let's add some pizzas. So I want a large, maybe supreme pizza. And then I also want to add another pizza. Let's press that one. And I want that to be a medium. And then let's go with 4 cheese. And then let's add a special instruction. So make it crispy. If everything is working, when we submit this, we should be redirected to that template that we just created. So let's click the place order button. So it looks like we have a 500 error. Let's see if we can troubleshoot this. If we go back to our editor, and here we look in the console, so we can scroll up, and then here we see something undefined validation function required min on field address. if we go here and we go to our customer.go handler, and then go to the handler for this endpoint. So that will be handle new order post. Here we have the order request. And we can see here we have the address, and here's the validation. And here the error is we forgot a comma here. So that should now have fixed the error. Let's try it again. We can restart the server. So kill it and then go run cmd. Let's go back to our browser. And here we have our form again. And let's try to submit it and see what happens. So place order. And it looks like we have another error. Let's go back to our editor and try to troubleshoot this. We can see here we have the error. And let's see if we can find the problem. Scroll. Okay, so it says undefined validation function, valid pizza size on field sizes. So for some reason, it cannot find this validation. And we already registered it in the main.go, so it should be able to find it. But let's open up the validators file and see if we can find the problem. So validators.go, and here we register our validators, and that seems fine. And let's open our main.go. Here we're calling that function, and that also seems fine. So the question is, why is it failing? I think I can spot the mistake. So the mistake is the import. And when we import the validator, we have to specify the version. That's why it's not working. We should use the validator v10 like this. And then let's restart our server. So shut it down and then run it again. Then let's go back to our browser. And let's go back to the form. Let's try to submit the order again. We press the place order button. And we can then see that we get redirected to this page, and we also get an order ID. So that means everything should be saved to the database. And then if we reload this page, we can then see it stored in the database, and it sends back the data to this page. And now if we want to continue building on this template, we should display the order status for the customer. Let's get started by that. We can go back to our editor, and let's hide this one for now. And then we can go to our customer.go file. So our handlers here. And what we want to do now is we want to create a new struct. So we can scroll up here. We will say type customer data struct, and we're going to pass the title. So that will be the title of the page, and that will be a string. Then we want to pass the order, so we can say order, and that will be models.order. And then we want to pass the different statuses that are available. So we can say statuses, and that will be a struct of strings. And now we need to update the handler. So let's scroll down. And we will go to this one, serve customer. And then here we will use the struct that we created. So we can say customer data. And let's remove this one. And order is a pointer, so let's get the actual value from it. And to do that, we can say star in front. Then we want to pass the other values. So we have title. And that will be pizza order status. And then we pass the order ID, so we can say order ID. And then we want to pass all the available statuses. So we can say statuses. And to get those statuses, we can get it from the models. So we can say models.order statuses. And because we're going to use our order statuses in JavaScript, we have to create a new template method. So we will convert the struct into JSON, And then we will make sure so it's safely available for the JavaScript. Let's open our utils file, so utils.go. And then here we already have a function for add. Now let's create a new one, and we will call it JSON. And then we will say func, and it will take an argument. We will say v, and that will be of type interface. If you see this type in Go code, that means the value can be of any type. But there is also a more modern way to type this. So instead of say interface, you can just say any, and that's the same thing. It's just an alias for writing this. However, I will keep it like this for now, just because it's quite common to still see it. But you should be writing any instead, because it's a cleaner way and more easier to understand when someone reads the code. And this function, it will return template.js. So by using template.js, we are telling the template engine, do not escape this value. And this is JavaScript. Here we will say b, and then underscore, and we will set that to be equal to JSON and .marshal, and we will pass our value here. And JSON marshal, it returns a byte slice. That's why we just call it b here. And then what we can do is we can return and then say template.js, and we pass b to it. And it should be colon here, so like this. Let's also inspect our imports so they are correct. We have the encoding JSON here, and we also have the like a template and OS, so everything seems to be correct here. This function we can now use in our templates. Now let's open up our customer template, customer here, and then let's see here. Instead of hard coding the title here, we can get it from the data that we pass from the handler. We say double brackets, and inside here we access the data, and then we will say title. And under the title, we also want to add a style tag. So we can say style, and we will say key frames spin slow. And then inside here, we will say to transform, and then rotate 360 degree. And let's fix the spelling mistakes. So transform like this, and then we will add a class below it. So we'll say animate. It will be an animation, and we will use the spin slow. And then we'll say 5 seconds. We'll say linear, and then it should run for infinity. So this will be used for our pizza icon. If you remember, when I showed the application, there was a pizza at the top that was spinning around. Now let's go to the body, and let's give that some styling. So it will have a class, and it will be of gradient. We say BR. Then we say from amber 50 via orange 50 to rows 50, and we will say min height screen. And then let's update the classes for this. So we will say flex, and we'll have a flex column, and then we can say item center. We give it some padding, and then from medium screen we can add some more padding, so padding 8. And then we want to add our pizza SVG. We can say image, and then slash static slash pizza.svg, and then in the alt text maybe say pizza loading. Let's give it some styling, so class width 48, height 48, have a margin bottom of 10, and then we will add our animate spin slow. We will have a drop shadow of large. Now we haven't added this SVG yet, but we will do it later after we are finished with this template. And then we will create another div. We can say div, and we will give that the ID. We will call it status container, and it will also have some styling. So let's say class bg white backdrop blur small. Then we have some padding, and then some padding for larger screens. So padding 10, rounded 3XL. Let's give it some shadow. So shadow 2XL, and then border white /20. And then we can say max width 3XL, and then width full. And then we have a H1, but instead of saying order placed successfully, let's just say track your pizza order. And let's update the styling. Here we can say text 3XL, and then let's say medium text 4XL. We want it to be font bold, and we will have the margin bottom. Then we can say text gray 900, text center, and we can say tracking tight. And then below this, let's create a div. So we can say div. We give that a class, so class text large, text gray 500, margin bottom 10, text center, and then font medium. And then inside here, we just tell the user what the order ID is. So let's say order. Then we can do a hash sign, and then we render the order ID. So dot order dot ID. And then we can have another div. So I can say div class relative flex justify between item center, and then margin bottom 4. And then we want to create that nice looking progress bar. We will have another div, and this div, let's give the ID, and we will call it progress line, and let's give it a class. So class absolute inset x, and then 30 pixel. You say height 1.5, bg gray 200, and then we will say top 1/2, and then let's say translate y 1/2, and then rounded full. And this div, it will be empty because we will use JavaScript with it later. And then we want to loop over the different statuses, double brackets, range, and then we have the index, we have status, and the thing we want to loop over is statuses. And inside this loop, we will create a div, and we give that a class. So flex 1, flex justify center, relative, and then mx2. And inside this div, we will have another div, let's say div, and we will give an ID to this. So we'll say ID, and then we can say step. We will use double brackets here, and then we can say add current index +1. So this part will render out what number of the progress bar it is, and then we have an ID, and that is unique for every step, so we can target it later with JavaScript. And then let's give it some styling. So class size 14, bg gray 300, and then rounded full, flex items center justify center text white, and then font bold. And we can then say transition all, duration 300, we give it a z index of 10, and then a shadow md. And inside this div, we want to display the number of the steps. We will have double brackets and then add index plus 1. And then here we have the end or loop, so double brackets and then end. And here we will have another div. Here we're going to display the title of that status. So first let's say class, then flex, justify between, text, small, text, gray 700, margin bottom 10, and it will be font semi-bold. And then we can just say range, and we want to range over statuses. Then let's add a span here. We can say span, and then we say class, flex 1, text center, and then mx 2. And inside here we want to display the title of the status, and because this is a string slice, so how we would get access to it inside a loop, we just say double brackets and then you write dot. So dot here, it will get the current value of the iteration. It will be order placed, preparing, baking, and so on. And then here we want to end the loop, so double brackets and then say end. Now these ones we can delete that. And the next section we want to create is the order details. So let's create a div here, and then we give it some styling. So bg gray 50/60, and then some padding 6, rounded to Excel, and then margin bottom 6, border gray 100. And then inside here we will have a h2, so h2, and then we can say text Excel, font semi-bold, text gray 800, and then margin bottom 5, and then let's just say order details. And then we will have another div, so we can say div, and this will be a grid. We will say grid, and then we will have grid columns 1, and on bigger sizes we can say md grid calls 2, and then we get a gap of 5. And inside this grid we want to include the different order details. We can say inside the div we will have a p tag, customer name, and then let's say class, text small, text gray 500, mb1, and then here we will render out the customer name, so we can do double brackets, and then we can say dot, and then order, and order have a customer name. And then let's change the styling of this one. So you can say text gray 900, and then font semi-bold. And we can then copy this section, so copy it here. And then instead of customer name, we will say phone. And then we will say dot order dot phone. And let's copy it one more time. We can say address order dot address. We then have one section left on this template, and that will be the section to display all the pizzas. So let's just copy this part. Actually, we can copy this part and then go down here and paste it. Then we can close the div, and for the h2 here we're gonna say pizzas. Then I want to create another div, so I will say div, and I will add space y4, and then we want to loop over all the pizzas in the order. We can say double brackets and then range, and we will say index, and then we will also have the pizza, and that will come from the order dot items. So inside this loop, let's create another div, give it some class, so border and border gray 200 rounded Excel, padding 5, and then we can say bg white /70. And here let's add a h3, so h3, and we can say text large, font semi-bold, text gray 800, margin bottom 4. And in this h3, let's say pizza, and then we can have a hash sign, and then let's use our add function, so add index, and then +1. And then let's create a grid, so we can say div, and then class, grid calls 1, and on bigger screen, grid call 2, gap 4. Then we want to have another div, and inside this, we will have a p tag, give it some styling, we'll have text, small, text, gray 500, mb1, and inside here, we will say type, so that will be the type of the pizza they order, and let's copy this one. So here we can say pizza again. So the name of the pizza, and let's update this one. We can say font semi-bold, text gray 900, and then we can copy this part. Instead of type, we want to have the size of the pizza. So to get that, we get it from pizza.size, and then let's copy it again. But for this div, we will give it a class. We want this to span over 2 columns. To do that, we can say call span 2, and instead of size, this will be the special instructions part. Then here we can do a little condition. So we start with double brackets, and then we can say if pizza dot instructions. If that is the case, then we want to render it. Then we say pizza dot instructions, and in case there is no value, we can just say else, and then we say none here, and then we just end everything. So end. If there is a pizza instruction, we render it out. If there is no pizza instruction, we just render none out. Let's then close our loop, so we can say double brackets, and then we'll say end. And then we also need to close the divs that we didn't close, so closing div. And I wonder if the HTML is a bit broken, so let's see if I can spot the errors. What did I do wrong? Let's see here. So here is one problem. The class should not be here. It should be here. It still seems like there's some problem with the structure. Let's see if we can fix it. So here I think it's okay. Here is okay. But here I see one problem for the status container. We shouldn't just close it here. So let's remove this one. And okay, let's see if this solved the problem. So we can try to format the document. So format document with, let's do the HTML. Okay. Let's see how it looks. Now it seems to look okay. And then let's we can clean this up. Just put it on the same line like that. So we have all our parts in these templates. And what is left is all we need to do is add some custom JavaScript to update the progress bar. But before we do that, let's just go through the document again so there's no mistake. And let's just have a quick look here. I think it looks good so far. It looks fine. But here I see one mistake. I spelled it wrong, so it should be animate spin slow. I wonder, did I also spell this one wrong? Oh, I did. So animate spin slow. And then here I see another error, so it should be rounded. And here is another mistake. Absolute. Here I see a mistake, so let's remove this one, comma, here. Then let's scroll down. Things look fine. And this one is also wrong. It should be a $sign, like this. And that seemed to be correct. Okay, let's hope I fixed all the mistakes now. And then we can start writing our JavaScript. So I will have a script tag here, so script. And then we want to use the statuses that we get from the backend. So we can say const statuses. And then we set that to be, remember we create a JSON function. So we can use a JSON. And then we pass statuses here. Statuses. In the editor, it will complain here, but we can just ignore it. It's working. It's just that it doesn't recognize this syntax. And then we want to create a function to update the progress bar. So we can say function update status bar. Then we pass the current status. And then we can get the current index of const current index. And to get current index, we will say statuses index of current status. So we have the index of the current status. And then we want to loop through the statuses. So we can say statuses for each. And it will have the status, the index. Then we will have arrow function here. So we want to get the step, so const step. And then we want to say document get element by ID. And here we will say step. And then we can pass index plus 1. And to make sure the steps have the right color, depending on if the step is behind or in front of the current status. So we can say if index is less or equal to current index, that means that step is already completed. So we can say step class list dot remove, and we want to remove bg gray 300, and we want to add step dot class list add bg emerald 500. And then outside the loop we can get the progress line, so we can say const progress line, and that will be document get element by ID progress line, and we can get the progress percentage, so we'll say const progress percentage, and then we can use math dot max. We will say current index divided with parentheses here, so statuses dot length -1 and then times 100. What this does is we get the progress percentage, how much of the progress bar do we want to fill, and we use the math max, and the minimum is if no steps has completed, it should still be a little bit green before the first step. But if a step or some steps are already completed, then it will use this calculation instead. And based on that, we will get how many percentage should we fill the progress bar. Now we want to update the styling of the progress, so we can say progress line dot style background, and then we will say linear gradient. We say to right, and then we pass our color, so we say 10B981, and then here we can pass our progress percentage, And we have to do a percentage sign here, then comma, and then a new color. So we say E5, E7, EB. And then we pass the progress percentage again. And then here we finish with the percentage sign. And that's it. That's the function we need to update the progress bar. And when the page has been loading, the first thing we want to do is we want to call this function. So we'll say update status bar, and then we can pass the current status. So to do that, we will use double brackets, and we will say .order.status. And before we can test this out, there's just one thing we need to do, and that is to add the pizza SVG. And let's open up a terminal. We can kill the server, and then we can type echo, and I have shaded a little bit here, so I have the SVG that I want to create. Here's the SVG, and then after that I can do bigger than sign, and I can just say I want to create it in templates, static, and then pizza.svg. Let's try to run that, and if that worked, we should then have our pizza.svg file, and here we can see here is the pizza svg file, and then here we can see the code for the pizzas. And now we should be ready to test this out. So let's just close some of our files here, and then we can go to the terminal and let's clear it. So clear, and then we can run go run./cmd. So we're starting the server again, and then we can go back to the browser, and let's then go back to the order form, and let's try to reload it, and let's order a new pizza. So let's say Patrick 0000, and here it will be test street, and then let's just have like a small margarita, and we can press place order. And it looks like there is some problem. We get just a blank page. Let's see if there's an error. So if we refresh it, we get no error here. Maybe in the console. So it looks like we have some error here. It says executing customer template title can't evaluate field. Let's see if we can find out what it is. Something about the title. So here we have title, and let's just see. So we pass the title in the handler. So that would be, it should be this one, serve customer, and we have our order ID. And I see now that I misspelled. It should be title, and that means I probably misspelled it in the struct too. So let's check that. Customer data, and then yeah, let's fix it. So title, and then let's try again, restart the server. Let's try to reload it, and it looks like there is still some problem. So let's see if we can find it. First of all, it cannot find a pizza svg, and then here is quite blank. Template customer, executing customer template at index, wrong type for value. Expected int, got string. Okay, so if we go to customer and then row 32, and then the problem is here. If you only specify one variable in the range, this variable will be equal to the value of the current iteration of statuses. So currently this is not the index. In order to fix that, we have to add another variable. And we can say status. This will be the index, and this will be the actual status value, but we don't use it, but we still have to specify it to access the index value. And then let's start the server. We can then go back to our browser and let's refresh. That looks much better, and we have our status bar here, and yeah, it looks quite good. But for some reason, it doesn't find the pizza. Let's see why. It's trying to look for static pizza.svg. Let's go to our editor. So I think I know what the problem is. The problem is I need to specify the dot in front of the slash. So let's try restart the server and we try again. If I go back to the browser and then let's reload this page, that seems to be working. We now have a spinning pizza and we also have the nice progress bar here and the order details. And what we can try to do now is we can update the status of an order. However, we still don't have the admin dashboard, but we can do it by connecting to the database. Let's do that. If we go back to our code editor, and then I can open up a new terminal. And in the terminal, I will type SQLite3, and then I will say header and column. And what this does is basically it just formats the output in a nice way so it's easier to read. And then we want to specify where our database is, so the path to it. And it's in the data folder /ordersdb. So if we open the files here and then we look under data, we can then see we have orders.db. Then we want to write our SQL statements. So in this case, we will say select all columns star from orders. And then let's execute it and see what we get back. It should be, I forgot the E here, so there should be an E before 3. Let's try it again. So currently in the database, I have 2 orders. So this one was the latest one we created, and then I have another order with test read 1, 2, 3. Let's now try to update the status of one order. We can say SQLite 3, and then again data orders.db, and then we will say update orders, and we want to set status. So let's set it to pairing, and then we want to say where ID is. And then we want to specify the ID of the order we want to update. So let's take this order here. We can copy this ID. And then let's paste it. And then finish with a semicolon. Let's see what happens when we execute it. We got no errors back, so that's good. Let's try to retrieve all the orders again. We can now see that the order has been changed to preparing. So if we go back to the browser and then let's just refresh the page. It looks like I actually updated the wrong order. Let's try it again. Update orders, and then I want to update this one. Let's change the ID and then we can paste it. Let's try it again. So now both of these orders are preparing. This time if I refresh, I can then see that the order status has been changed to the preparing and the UI is also updated. And the next thing we're going to start working on will be the admin dashboard. And we will start with the login functionality. So admin should be able to log into the dashboard. If we go back to our code editor, and this one we can just close. Then let's close files. And let's start with our model. We can go to the internal folder and then models, and then inside models we will create a new model and we will call it user.go. It will belong to the package models. Then let's create our struct. So we can say type user struct, and it will have an ID that will be of string, and we're gonna say Gorm, and that will be a primary key, and this should be lowercase. So struct like that, and after ID we will have username. So it's a username string, and then Gorm. We will say unique index. What unique index does, it prevents users to have the same username. So if we try to insert a user with a username that already exists in the database, we will get an error back. And this one, it cannot be nil. And let's also add the quotes here. Then we have our password. So password, that will be a string. Then we can say Gorm. And this also need to be set. So we will say not nil. And then we want to create our user model that will hold the connection. So type user model struct. It will have a field called db, and that will be the pointer to the Gorm DB connection. We can say func, and it belongs to the user model. And this one we will call authenticate user. It will take a username, and then it will take a password, and both of them are strings. And then it can return a pointer to a user error. So let's first create a variable. So we can say user, and that will be of type user. What we want to do now is we want to retrieve the user from the database. We can do an if statement here. So if, and then we will have error. Here we will say user model and db. And then we can do our query. So we will say where username equal to placeholder, and then we just pass our username. This should be this to username, like that. And we want to get the first result, so we say first. And then we want to pass the pointer to our users, so we can say user, and then we can say error. If error not equal to nil, in that case, if error is, and then we pass the error, and then what kind of error do we want to check? And that will be the gorm.error record not found. That means the username supplied was not found in the database. We can say return nil, and then for the error we will return errors new, and then we can say invalid credentials. And the reason we are saying invalid credential instead of saying like invalid username or username doesn't exist, because if someone tried to log in, they can guess different username and see if they actually exist in the database. But if we just say invalid credentials, they will not know if it's wrong username or is it wrong password. It's just a small detail, but it's like a best practice thing to do. And if the error is of another type, we can just say return nil and then error. And then we want to check the password in the database. So let's say if error, and then we set that equal to be, because the password will be hashed in the database, we have to use bcrypt to compare the hash to the password provided. We can say bcrypt compare hash and password. So as it says here in the documentation, it takes a hashed password and then compare it with a password in plain text to see if they matching. And because this method accepts a byte slice, we first have to say slice and then byte, and then we have to convert our password. So we will pass the user password, so the hashed password, and then we will do the same for the plain text password. So we can say slice and then byte, and then say password. And then we want to check for any error. So if error not equal to nil, in that case we can say return nil errors dot new invalid credentials. If we reach this far in the method, that means we have no error and we can just return our users. We will say return and then pointer to the user, so user, and then nil. And then we want to have a method to be able to retrieve a user by ID. So we can say func. We attach it to the user model, so user model. And then we say get user by ID. That is a string, and it can return pointer to user, or it can return an error. So first let's have our user struct, so var user of type user, and then we will say if error, and here we can say user model, and then get the DB connection, and then we will say first, find the first record matching the condition, and here we will pass our struct. So Gorm can map the data user and then our condition, and that will be ID. Then we say equal placeholder, and then we just pass the ID. And then we say error, and if error is not equal to nil, we can just say return nil, and error else we will return the pointer to our user. So user and then nil. And the next step is we have to go to our models files and include this user model. So we can go here, models, and then models.go. Here we can say user model. We pass our DB connection, so DB like this. And then we also have to add it to the struct of the DB model. Here we will say user, and then user model. And I can also see we have a warning here. Let's see what it is. Error string should not be capitalized. Okay, let's fix that. And for this application, we will not have a way for the admin to register themselves. So we will just create the admin user manually. To add a user manually, we need to hash our password. And to do that, we can go to bcryptgenerator.com. Here you will enter the plain text password. For this admin user, I will just say password 1234. However, in production, of course, you should use something much more secure. Then I can click here, generate hash. So we can see it generated the hash for us. We can copy it. What we want to do next is open a terminal and then to insert it to our database. So I can say SQLite tree, and then we select our database. So we will say data/orders.db, and then we will say insert into users, name, password. Then we will say values, hash. Then let's finish this statement with a semicolon. Let's try to execute it and see what happens. And it seems like we got an error. So error in prepare, no such table users. Okay, maybe I missed something here in the models file. Yeah, so we have this auto migrate, and to tell Gorm to automatically create the tables, we have to pass the user struct. So user, and then let's restart our server. It will create the user table. We can run go run and then /cmd. And we got no errors, so that is good. Let's go back to our other terminal and let's try to run this SQL statement again. And this time we didn't get any error, so that's good. Now what we can do, we can say SQLite tree header column and then data orders.db and then our statement. So select star from users, and let's see if we get something back. And here is actually a mistake from my side, because we can see here that it didn't generate the ID for the user. And I think I know the reason is for the ID, I set it to be a string. But if you want SQLite to auto-generate it, it cannot be strings. It has to be integer. For the orders, we are using strings because it's a UID and we generate them ourselves. But for the user, we don't need that. It's fine with just a regular ID because they will not be exposed anyway. So we can change this to be uint. And then let's just clear our database. So we can go to the data folder and we right click this one and you say delete. And then we can rerun our app. So that will create the database from scratch. And let's try to rerun the insert statement. Let's insert the admin user. And then let's see how it looks in the database. We can now see that it has auto-generated ID with 1. if I would insert a new user, they would get the ID too. And the next thing we want to do is we want to create our middleware to check if a user is authenticated or not. In the CMD folder, we can create a new file and we can call it middleware.go. And this will belong to the package main. And we will attach this to our handler. So we can say func and then handler, and then we pass the pointer here. So handler, and let's call it auth. And this will return a handler function. And inside here we can just say return a function, and this function will have the context. So we can say cgin.context, and this should be uppercase. If you never used a middleware before, this is something we want to place before the request arrives to our handler. Inside this, we can check if a user is authenticated. If they're not authenticated, we can redirect it to the login page. And if they are authenticated, we can just send it to the handler that is supposed to receive this request. We will say user ID, and we will set that to be equal to get session string, and this one we will pass our context, and we will pass user ID. So that will be the property we want to get from the session. And also, if you never used sessions before, when you're doing HTTP calls, they are stateless. In order to be able to track a user, we can use something called a session. You can think of it like a random ID, and then it will send it as a cookie to the client, and the client will attach this cookie with every request it's sent to our server. And then when we get this cookie to our server and we see that ID, we know that that ID is matching some user. And this one is just a utils function that we will create later. So here we can do a check. If user ID equal to empty string, in that case, that means the user is not logged in. So what we want to do is we will redirect them to the login page. We can use the context here. We will say c.redirect, and then we pass the status code. So HTTP and then status c other. That is status code 303. And then to the page we want to redirect to, that will be /login. And then we can also say c.abort and then return. So that means like no other code should be run after we execute this line. And if the user ID is not empty, we want to check if the user exists in the database. So we can say user and then error. Here we can say h.users, and then we can call get user by ID, and we will pass the user ID. Now we haven't attached the users yet to our handler, but we will do this later. And then we can check here if there's an error. So if error not equal to nil, in that case we can clear the session. And this is also a utils function we will create later. And then we will do a redirect. So c.redirect. And we will say status c add, and then just say /login. Here we can say c.abort and then just return. And if we got this far, that means there is a valid session and the user is logged in. So here we can use the context, so c, and then call the next. The next, what it does is it says continue to the next handler that is expecting to receive this request. And what we want to do now is we can start creating our admin handlers. In the CMD folder, let's create a new file, and we call it admin.go. And this one will belong to package main. Let's start by creating some struct. So we will have type, login data, and there will be a struct that have error, and that is a string. And then we have type admin dashboard data. And it will have user name string. So the first handler we will create is the handler to render the login form. We can say func. We attach it to our handler struct. So handler, then we say handle, login get. And it will take the gin context, so C, and then a pointer to the gin.context. All we want to do here is we want to render our login template, so we can say C, and then HTML. We will say HTTP status OK. That is status 200. And then we can just say login.tmpl. And this one we will create later. And then we will just pass our login data struct. But this one will be empty here because there is no errors. However, when a user will try to log in, and for example, the username or password is not correct, we are going to redirect them to this login page, and then we can set error in the login data struct. So let's create that handler that will take care of logging in the user, and then attach it to the handler. So handler, and then we can say handle login post. We will have the context, so gin.context, and then inside here we can create our form. So we say form, a struct, and let's say user name. That will be a string, and then we can set form. In the form, it will be called username, and then we will say binding. It's a required property. Min length will be 3, and then we can say max length of 50. And then we will also have password. That will be a string. We can say form, password, and then let's say binding. So that will be required min, and we set that to be, let's say 6. How this works is when we receive the request, Gin is going to try to bind the form data to this struct. In the form, it expects it to be called username and password. And then when trying to bind it to this struct, it will do the validation. And if it doesn't pass the validation, it will return an error. We can say if error, and then we will set that to C should bind. And this comes with the Gin framework, and then we just pass the form, and we want to check that error is not equal to nil. And if we have an error, what we can do is we can say a context and then HTML, and we can say HTTP, and we can say status OK. We want to render the login template, and then we will pass the login data struct, so login data, and let's pass the error, so we can say error, and then let's say invalid input, and we can just say plus error and then error like this. And then we can just return here to not continue with any code in the handler. And if there's no error, that means it was successful to binding the form data to the struct. So what we can do, we can say user and then error. We set that to be user handler here, and then we will call users, and that we're going to add later. And then we just say authenticate user, and we will pass form, username, and then form, password. Then we want to check for an error. So if error not equal to nil, in that case, we can just say C HTML and HTTP status OK. And we can say login template, and then we can pass login data, and we will pass error invalid credentials. Now you might be wondering here, like, why are we using status OK if there's an error? So if this was a REST API, you shouldn't be using status OK here, but because this is not a REST API and we are just rendering the templates to the user, is fine to use that. We send the error to the template, and we will then display it for the user. And then we can just return here. So if we got this far, that means we successfully logged in. So we can say set session value. We pass the context. And what do we want to set? We want to set the user ID, and we pass the user.id. And this is a util function that we're going to create later. Then we can copy this one and we paste it again. But here we want to set username, and then we can just say user.username. And if that is the case, they've been able to log in. We want to redirect them. So we can say direct, and we will say http status c other, and then we can redirect to /admin. We have our handler for displaying the login form, and we also have the handler for receiving the login request. Now we also want a handler for logging out the user, so we can say func and then attach it to the handler, and we say handle log out, and that will take the context. So gin context. Inside the logout, we're going to say first if error, and then we're going to set that to clear session, and we pass our context if error is not equal to nil, and then we can say c.string http status internal server error, and then we pass error and then dot error, and then we can just return here. Then let's fix it, should be uppercase like that. Now if we don't have an error, what we can do is after logging out, we can just redirect them to the login page. So we can say c redirect http status c other, and then /login. And then we want to create a handler rendering the dashboard for the admin. So we can say func, and we attach it to the handler h, and then handler, and then we will say serve admin dashboard. And this admin dashboard will take the context, so c gin context. What we want to do first is we want to get the username, and we can get the username from the session. So we can say username, and then we will set that to be get session string, and we pass the context, and then we want to get username, and then we can say http status okay, and we can render the admin template. Then we will pass our admin dashboard data. So we can say admin dashboard data, and we want to pass the username. So username, and then set that to be username. So we have created our handlers for the admin. Let's now open up the handlers file. So handlers.go, and here we want to pass the user models. So we can say users, and then we will say db model, and then we also need to add it here. So we can say users, that will be pointer to models, and then user model. And we can then go to our routes file, so routes.go, and we can add our new routes. And then to our setup routes function, we can pass a new argument. So here we will pass the session store, say store, and that would be type sessions store. That's a library that we're going to use that is called gin contrib sessions. So it's a quite popular session library that a lot of gin applications use. And then here on the next line, we want to register our session middleware for all our handlers. So to register a middleware globally, you can use router and then say use, and then the middleware that we want to use the sessions, then we want to pass the name of the cookie that will be set in the client. So we will call the cookie pizza tracker, and then we will pass the session store. So we don't need to know too much about this. It's just that this is a popular session library, and it will take care of the session for us. All we need to know is that this is going to set a cookie in the client called pizza tracker, and we will get back this cookie later that we can. And then let's add our new routes. So we can say router get login, and then handle login get, and all of this should be uppercase, so like this, get. Then we'll have router dot post, and that will also be /login, and it will use handle login post. And then we also have our logout, so we can say router post /login handle logout. And then we want to create a new group, so we will say admin, and then router dot group. Then we can say /admin. So every route that we attach to this group will have the /admin in the URL. And then we want to use the middleware that we created before that will check if a user is logged in or not. So we can say admin.use. And inside this one, we want to render our admin dashboard. So we can say admin.get. Then we just pass an empty string because we want the dashboard to be located at /admin. And then we can pass our handler. So we say serve admin dashboard. So this admin dashboard is now protected with this middleware. That means only people who are logged in can view this dashboard. And now we want to set up the session utils that we was using before. So we can open up the utils file, and then here in the utils files, and we can say set up session store. And this will take 2 arguments. So the first one will be the Gorm DB connection. So we can say DB and then Gorm DB. Pass the session key that will be used to encrypt the data. So we can say secret key, and that will be of type slice byte. And then let's scroll up and import our libraries that we're going to use. So here we can say github.com/gin/contrib/sessions. And then below it, we can use a Gorm sessions, and we will say github.com/gin/contrib/sessions and then /Gorm. And I made a small mistake here, so it should be like this. Then we can scroll down again. Let's open a terminal again and just rerun go mod tidy. We can say store, and that will be Gorm sessions, and then new store. Then we will pass our DB connection, and then we will pass true. So that means for session that have expired, and they will be cleaned up and removed. And then we will pass our secret key. And then we can say store.options, and here we want to do some setup. So we can say session options, and then we want to say path, and we set that to be /. That means the cookie will be available for all paths. We will set the max age. So max age. So when do we want a session to expire? After 24 hours, but this one accepts the seconds. So 24 hours is equal to 86,400 seconds. And then we'll say HTTP only. We set that to true. And by saying this, JavaScript will not have accept to any cookies, making it a bit more secure. And then we will say secure, and we set that to be true. That means we only send the cookies over HTTPS. And then we can say SAMsite, and we set that to tree. So by setting it to tree, it means the cookie will only work for our site, so no other sites can read it. And then as the last step, we can just return the store. So return store. And I forgot to, it should have a return value here. So that should be sessions and then store. And then let's start creating our utils functions. So we will have func set session value. And this one will take the context. So C and then gin.context. We pass the key that we want to set, that will be a string, and then the value we want to set, and that can be any value, so we can say interface like that, and it can return an error. So here we say session, and we can set that to be equal to sessions, and then default. Then we pass our context. So we have the session, and then we can say session.set. Made a small mistake here, so it should be like this. And we want to set the key with the value of value, and then we can just return session and dot save. And then we had get session string, and there will be a function, and this one also take the context, so gin.context, and we pass the key, and there will be a string, and it will return a string. So here we can again say session, and we set that to be sessions, and then default. We pass the context, and then here we can say val, and that will be session get. And then we pass the key that we want to get, and then we do a check. So if val equal to nil, in that case we can just return an empty string. Otherwise we will say string, and then let's just set an underscore here, and we will set that to be val, and then dot. So here we're making sure it's a string, and then we can just return it. Return string. And then we also had one for clearing. So we will say func clear session. We pass the gin context. It can return an error. So we will say session, and that will be sessions default, pass the context, and then we will say session clear, and then we will say return session and dot save. And then let's scroll up here. So we have this load config, and let's also add secret key here. So we can say session secret key, and we will set that to be get environment, and then session secret key, and then let's give it a default value of pizza order secret key. And we also have to set it here in the struct session secret key, and that will be a string. If we now go to our main.go, and then after this one we can say session store, and that will be equal to setup session store, and we pass the model db. So let's go to the init db. Let's also expose the connection. We can say db, and we set it to be Gorm db, and here we can just say db and then pass db like that. If we now go back to the main.go, and then we should pass our secret session key here, so we can say config and then session secret key. Then we just convert it to a byte slice. So in the setup routes, now we just need to pass the session store. We can now start creating our template. So let's start creating the login template in the CMD. So if we scroll down here and then go to template, we can say new file, and then login.tmpl, and then we can just change the language mode, and let's set it to HTML. We can close the other files. Let's start using our top section. So we say template and then top, and then we can pass the data, and then we want to specify our title. So we can say title, and then login admin, and then we can close the head. So we can say head close. Then let's create our body tags, and we can say body and give it some styling. So bg gradient to br from orange 100 to red 100. And then we will have a div with a class, and we will set min age screen, flex, item center, and then justify center padding 4. And that will be the page container. And now we will create another div that will be a form container. So we can say div, then class bg white, give it some padding and rounded to XL, shadow XL max with MD width full. And then here we want to have some heading. So let's have a div here, and we will say class text center MB8. We will have our H1, so H1, and then class text for XL, font bold gray 800. And then we will have margin bottom 2. And here, let's open the emoji picker. So I will pick pizza, and then I can say pizza tracker. And then let's have a paragraph. We can say admin, login, and then class text gray 600. Now after that, we want to have a section to display error in case there are any error. So first we will do double brackets, and we want to check if there's an error. So if dot error. In that case, we want to render a div. It should have a class of bg red border red 400, text red 700, and then px4 py3 rounded, and then mb4. And then inside here we can just render the error. So it's a double brackets dot and then error. And then here we can end the if statement. So we just type end. And now we can have our login form. So we say form and the action. So it will go to the /login. The method will be post. It will have a class of space y6. Inside here, let's have a div. So that will be the input container. And then we can have a label. So for that will be username, and let's add a class. So class block text gray 700, text small, and then font bold bottom 2. And let's have our input. So input is a type that will be of text. We can give it an ID of username, and it will be required. And then let's give it some styling. So class width full, px3, py2, and then we give border, say rounded large, and we can say focus, outline none, and then we add focus ring 2, and then focus ring red 500. We can now copy this one, and instead of username, it should say password. I also need to add username here between the labels, and then let's jump back to the password. So here we can write password, and then we also need to update the input. So the type, that will not be text, that will be password, and then we can give it an ID of password. And after these inputs, we want to have our submit button. We can say button. Type will be submit. We give it a class, and we will say width full, bg red 500, text white, and then font bold, py2, px4, and then rounded large. And when we hover over it, we want it to be bg red 600, and then we can add a transition on colors, and then we will just say log in, and we can remove this closing body tag, and then we just say double brackets template bottom. So it will be closed inside this template. That's it. We have our login template. Now we will create one more template. After the admin have logged in, they will be redirected to the dashboard. Let's just create a simple template that displays the username of the admin. So here we can create a new template and let's call it admin.tmpl and let's change to HTML. So HTML, and then we will start with our template top and we can give it a title admin dashboard and then pizza tracker. Then we say title and then we can close the head. Now let's create our body and here we will say class bg gradient to br from amber 50 via orange 50 to rose 50 and then min age screen, give it some padding. Then we'll have a div, so here we can say class and max width 7 XL and then max auto. And then another div, we can say flex justify between item center margin bottom 8 and then let's have a h1, so h1 class text for XL font bold text gray 900 and then I will say pizza tracker admin and then I will have another div and I will say class flex item center and then give it a gap of 4. Then I want to have a span and then I can just say class text gray 700 and then font medium and let's say welcome and then we render out the username, so we can say dot and then slash username and here we want to have our logout button, so we can say form and then action will be to slash logout and the method will be post. So here we have our button and it will be of the type submit and we can say class px5 and then py slash 2.5. It will have bg red 500 text white rounded XL. If we hover over it, it should be bg red 600 and we will have active scale 95 and then transition all and shadow small and here we can say logout and then this one let's delete it and we will say template bottom. Before we check this out, let's just check so there is no error or mistakes. So if we go through here I can see one mistake. It should be rounded XL and then let's just check. That one looks good. And then let's check our login template. So scroll to the top and here I can say I misspelled, so it should be title and title. This one should be body and here is a mistake too. This should be one word like this, to red 100 and let's see. And I think that looks good and we can try it out. Let's open our terminal and let's just close this one. And then here we can shut it down and we'll just clear the terminal. And then we want to get all the dependencies that has not been downloaded. So we will say go mod tidy. And then we will say go run ./cmd. It looks like we have an error. So if we go to the middleware.go and we are not actually using the user variable, so we can just create the underscore like this because we just want to check if it exists or not. Let's try it again. Go run cmd. Now we have another error. Let's see what it says. panic handlers are already registered for path/login. So let's go to our routes and see what's going on. And yeah, it shouldn't be login here, it should be logout. And then let's restart the application. And then we can go to our browser. So here we can enter the path login to go to the login screen. We can fill in the username and the password. Let's see what happens if we submit and leave it blank. Then we can see the validation here kicking in, and then we can say, for example, admin. Let's try to log in, and I will say, please fill in this field. And let's now try to log in with the wrong username and password. So here in the password, I will just enter something, and then let's press login. And we get this error, and that is not supposed to happen. It seems like the server is not getting the username or the password. If we go back to our editor, and then let's go to the login template, and if we check the inputs here, well, the reason they are not submitting to the server is because we don't have a name on the input, and you need to have a name on the input when you're using form submits. So this should be username, and then here we need to have name, password, and then let's restart the server and start it up again. We can then reload the login page, and let's try to do the same thing again. Admin, and then enter some bad password, and then click login. We can then see we have invalid credentials. Let's now try to log in with the user I created before. So that should be admin. And the password will be password 1234. And let's log in. So for some reason this failed. This time we didn't get any error message. That means the username and the password was correct. There is something else that is wrong. So if we go to our editor and then maybe go to the middleware, when we try to check if a user is logged in, we are using this one, guest session string. Let's go to this one. Here we have the session, and then we get the value, and we check if value is nil. In that case, return empty string. And then here we check if the value is a string, and then return it. So the ID of the user table will be an integer and not a string. I think that's why it's failing. This value is actually an integer, and when we do this check, if it's a string, it fails here. I think in our admin routes, in the login, we are setting the user ID and we are setting the username. So let's try to convert this value, and I think it should work. What we can do is we can say fmt and then sprintf, and then here we will say percentage v, and then we can just pass the user ID. So then when we insert it, it will be a string instead, and it should now work, and we should be able to retrieve the user ID inside the middleware here. Let's restart the server and try again, and then go back to our browser. Let's enter our username and password, so admin, and then password 1234, and then log in. And we can now see that we get logged in to the dashboard. Here it says pizza tracker admin, and here it says welcome admin. And then we can also press logout, and we get redirected to the login page. And then here, if we try to access the dashboard, so we can say /admin, we can see it takes us back to the login page. So let's log in again. So admin, and then password 1234. We can now see we can visit this page, and when we refresh it, we have access to this page because we are logged in. And the next thing we want to work on is we want to display all the orders here, and the admin should also be able to update orders. So let's start working on that. We can now go back to our editor, And then let's just close all the files here. And we can open up the order.go model. And then we want to add some new methods. We want to have a method that is able to retrieve all the existing orders. So we will say func and then attach it to the order model. And then we will say get all orders. And this will take no argument. And it can return a slice of order, or it can return error. Let's have our order struct here. So we can say var order and then set that to be order. And then we will say error. And we set that to be order. Here we want to use a method called preload. So we say preload items. And that means get all orders and also include all the order items. In this case, include all the pizzas that belong to an order. And then we want to make sure that is sorted. And to do that, we can say order. And we want to sort it on created at. So we can say created at and descending. That means in the slice, the newest orders will always be the first ones. And then here we can say find. And we pass orders. This should be a slice. So it should say orders and then slice like this. And this find should be uppercase. And then we can say error. So error. And then we just return orders and error. Then we want to have a method that lets update the status of an order. So we'll say func and then order model. And here we're going to say update order status. So to the order status, we will pass a ID and that will be a string. And then the status that we want to update it to, it will be a string. And this can return an error. Here we want to say return order model and then .db. And then we will say model. We specify what model we want to run the queries on. And here we will pass order where ID equal to placeholder, and then we pass ID. And then we can say update and we just pass status and then here pass the status. And if there is an error, we will return it. So update the order with the ID that we pass. And then we want to have a method for deleting an order. So we can say func and then order model delete order. We will pass a ID and that will be a string. And this can return error. And then we will say return o.db and then select items and then delete. And here we will pass an order struct, so order, and we can say ID and set that to be ID. And if there's an error, we return that. So error. And the reason we say db select items, that means when we delete the order, we also want to delete all the order items connected to this order. Now we can go to our admin handler and add some new handlers. So if we scroll down, we have the serve admin dashboard here, and then let's add some new one. So we'll say func and attach it to the handler, and then we'll say handle order put, and this will take a context, so C, and then gin context. Here we will read from the params. We will read the order ID, so we can say C.param, and we want to get the ID param, and then we will have a new status, so new status, and we set that to be equal to C.post form, so that will be in the body, and it will be called status. And we can then do if, and then we will say error to be age and dot orders. Then we will use the update order status. Here we pass the order ID and we pass the new status. And then we will check if there's an error. So if error not equal to nil, In that case, we can use say c.string http and then status internal server error. And then we can get the error. Then we can just return here. Otherwise, that means everything was okay and we was able to update the order status. So we can use a C, redirect, and we want to pass status HTTP, status C other, and then we want to redirect to the admin page again. So by doing this, we update an order and then we get redirected again to the admin page, and then the page gets updated and we will see the order with the new status. Now let's create the handler for deleting. So func and then handle order delete, and pass the context, and then we will say order ID and we set that to be equal to C param. Then we can say if error, and we're going to say h orders delete order, and we pass the order ID, and then we check if error not equal to nil. In that case, we can say c.string and then http status internal server error, and then we pass the error, so like that, and then we can just return. And if there's no error, we do the same here, we just redirect, so c redirect, and then we say status other and then /admin. So we have added our handlers. Now we just need to set them up in the routes file. So let's open that one, routes.go, and these will be protected by our middleware. So what we can do is we can place them here, and we will say admin.post, and for updating order that will be /order/ and the ID of the order, and then we can say update, and then we can just say h.handle order put. So because we're going to send this through HTML form request, we're going to use post. HTML form request only support get or post, but if this was a REST API, you could use the put method here instead, but I will just use the post here and it will work the same. And then for the delete, we say admin post, and then /order /id /delete, and then h.handle order delete. Now we want to update our admin template to include all the orders. So let's open up the admin template. And before we start working on that section, let's just update our current styling a bit. We can remove this padding here, and then instead of saying this one, we will use the container class. So we can say container, and then we will still have the max auto, and then we will add some padding, and then on bigger screen we can say py and then 12, and then we can update this. So we can say md and text and then 5XL. Then let's just add some margin, so we can say margin bottom 2, and then set some letter spacing. So we can say tracking and then tight. Here let's just say pizza tracker instead, and we will add a paragraph here, so a p tag, and then we can say class text gray 600 text a large, and we can say track and manage all your pizza orders. And then let's just copy this, and inside here we can create a div. We will paste this inside and that div. Then we can just indent it, so like this. And inside this container class, let's create another div, and we're going to say class. We will say max width, then we can set it to 95%, and then we can say mx auto. And inside this one, let's create another div. So div, and we will say class flex justify between. We have item center, and then give the margin bottom of 8. And then we can just take all this code. Then let's see if we also can format it. So format document with, let's try HTML. And it should now look good. Then here for our logout button, we can say text small. And yeah, I think that's it. So we can now start working on the order section. Here in our container, we will create a new div. Let's give it a class. So class, and we can say bg white and then /80. It will have a backdrop and blur small. And that will be rounded 3XL. And then we have shadow XL, border white /20. Then we can say overflow hidden. Next, we will create another div inside here, and then we will say class. We will give it some padding. Then on bigger screens, we can say padding 8. And then inside this one, let's create another div. So div, and we can say class, flex, item center, and then margin bottom 8. Then we will have h2, and we can say class, text, and 2XL, font, semi-bold, text gray 900. Then we give it some margin right, so margin right 2, and here we can say active orders. And then below this one, we want to have the refresh button, and then we will say on click. So when the user click the button, we can say location.reload. So this is already built in to JavaScript in the browser. This will reload the page. And then let's give it some styling. So class, text gray 500. And when you hover over it, we want to be text gray 700. We can add a transition for the colors and give it some margin left 2, and then some padding 1.5. Then we can say rounded large, and then hover PG gray 100. Inside this button, we can add a span element, so span, and we want to give it a class of text XL. And then here we can render a emoji. And the emoji we want to use is, let's see, I think we can search on arrow, and is this one. And then here we can create a new div. So that will be the container for all the orders. We can say class w full and overflow x auto, overflow x auto, rounded XL, border gray 200. And then inside this div, let's have our table. We can say class and full width. In this table, we will start with the t head. So we can say table head, and then we will have our table row. So tr, we give that a class of bg gray 50/80. And then we will say border bottom. We can say border gray 200. And inside the table row, we will have our table header. So we can say th, and that will be of class px6 py4. And then we will have text left, text x small, and we can say font semi-bold. We can say text gray 600, and then we can say uppercase, and then tracking wider. Then we can take this table header and we can copy it sometimes. The first one will be order ID, and then we will have status, then we will have name, and then phone, address, pizzas, and also actions. So the first one, we can say order ID, and then the second one, we can say status. Then we will have name, phone, address, and then pizzas, and then actions. And now we have our table header, and after the table header, we want to have our table body, so we can say t and body, and that will have a class of bg white /70, and then we can say divide y and divide gray 100. And here we want to loop over all the orders. We will pass all the orders from our handler. Before we continue with this, let's go to our admin handler and let's go to this one, serve admin dashboard. And let's make sure that we pass all the orders. So at the top here of this one, we can say orders and then error. And we set that to be equal to h. So handler and then orders. And then we want to call our get all orders method. So we can say get all orders. And then we will check if there's an error. So if error not equal to nil, in that case, we can just say c.string. And we can say HTTP status internal server error. And then we can say error fetching orders. And then we can just return here. We can then go down here to this struct and we will pass orders. And then we also want to pass all the available statuses because the admin will have a drop down of all the statuses that they can change the order to. So we can say statuses and then say models dot order statuses. And then we also have to update this struct. So here we can say orders. And there will be a slice of models and order. And then after orders, we can say statuses. And that will be slice of string. Like this. And if we then scroll down here, all the errors should be resolved. Then we can go back to our admin template. And let's now say range. So we want to loop over the orders. And for every order, we will have a table row. So table row, then we give it some styling. So when you hover it, it should be bg gray 50/50. And we can say transition colors. Then we will say table data. We give it a class of px6, so some padding, both vertical and horizontal. So here we say py4, and then we will say white space, no wrap, text small. And inside here, the first thing we want to render is the ID of the order. And we want this to be a link. So the admin should be able to click this ID and then they will be taken to the tracking page for that order. So here, let's say A, and for the href, we can say /customer, and then / we will do double curly brackets here, and then we can say .id. When we say .id here, it means for the current order that we are iterating over, get the ID for that order. And then here, let's add some class. So text blue 600. And then when we hover over it, we want to say text blue 700. And we can say font medium hover and then underline. And then we can just render out the ID. So double curly brackets and then .id. And then let's keep rendering out the other fields of the order. So we can create a new TD. And for this one, we will say class px6 py4. And then we will say white space no wrap. And then text small text gray 700, and we can say font medium. And here we want to display the current status of the order. So double brackets and then status. And we can then take this and copy it. But for this one, we can remove the font medium and just have it like this. And the reason for that, you have some different styles, is, for example, maybe you want some data columns to stand out more. And because status is quite important, we want that one to stand out a little bit more. And then we can say we want to render the name of the customer. So we can say customer and name. Let's copy this one more time. And here we can say, instead of having text gray 700, we can say 600 instead. And then we can say phone. So the phone number to the customer. And then let's paste this. And instead of phone for the next one, we're gonna say address. So address. And then we want to have another one. And this one will be for all the pizzas that belong to the order. This one will be a little bit different. And here we can say gray 700. And then we can remove this property. And the pizza property on the order would be a slice because it can contain multiple pizzas. We will add a div here just to add some spacing. So we can say class space and then y1. And then inside here we want to do another loop. First we're looping all orders, and inside every order we also want to loop over all the pizzas. Here we can say range, and then we will have index, and then we can say pizza, and we set that to be dot items. And for every pizza we will have a div, and this div will have a class of flex items center. It'll have a gap of 2, and then inside here we will have a span, and that will have a class of text gray 400, and then here we will use the hash sign, and then we can say double curly brackets, and we want to use the add function that we created. So add index plus 1. Then below this we create another span, and we will add the class truncate. And then inside here we can say double brackets. So we want to display the pizza size. And then let's add some more curly brackets. And instead of size, we want to say the name of the pizza. So that will be pizza.pizza. And then below this span, we want to check if the pizzas has special instructions. Some pizzas will have special instructions and some will not. So we will do a check here, double curly brackets, and then we will say if, and then pizza dot instructions. And if it have special instruction, we can just say span, and we will have a class of size 4, text gray 400, and then we can say cursor help, and then when they hover over this span we can render out the special instruction. So we can say title, and then the curly brackets, and we will say pizza dot instructions. And then I have cheated a little bit, so I copied a Unicode symbol. So inside the span I will just paste it, so it's this information symbol, but you could also replace it with like an emoji or something like that if you want to. Then we want to end the if statement. So here we can say end, and then here we want to end the loop of all the pizzas. So end, and after this td, let's create a new td. We will say class px6 py4, and then we can say white space, no wrap, and then text small. And inside this one we will have a div, and we'll say class flex gap 2. Here we want to render a dropdown that contain all the statuses that an order can have, so the admin can update an order. Inside this we will have a form, so action that will be /admin /order, and then double curly brackets, and then we say the ID, and then /update. The method for this will be post, and inside this form we can render our select. So we'll say select, and we give it a name of status, and we can skip the ID here, and then let's just give it a class and say px3 py2, and then text small, give it some border gray 200, rounded large, and then we can say focus outline none, and we give our own focus ring. So we can say focus ring 2, and then we'll say focus ring herald 400, and then focus border transparent. Then we can just say transition all pg white, and then font medium. And inside this select, we want to loop over all our statuses. But remember, we are still in the loop of all the orders. And what we need to do is, for the order we are currently on, we want to save the status it has. So we can say current status. And we set that to be equal to dot status of the current order, get the current status of that order and save it to a variable called current status. And the reason we need to do that is because we're going to use that value inside our other loop when we loop over all the available statuses. Let's do double curly brackets here, and then we say range. And then to get all the available statuses, we can do $sign. So $sign here means go to the root object, and then we want to loop over all statuses. And then we want to render out the option element option for the value. That will be the status looping over. We also want to display the visible value. So it will be the same here. Curly brackets, get the status. In a select, you have multiple values, and you need to tell which value is selected on the option value that you want to be pre-selected. You can mark it as selected like this. But if we only do like this, that means all option value will be pre-selected, and that will not work. What we have to do here is we can write double curly brackets, and then inside here we want to do a if check. So we can say if equal, and then we say dot. That will be the current status that we are currently iterating over. If that status is equal to the current status of the current order we are looping over, we want to set the selected property. Here we can just end the if statement, so end like this. And after the option, we want to end the loop for the statuses, so we can say double curly brackets, and then we say end. We have our form now where we can update our order status, and now we want to have another form, and that will be for deleting order. We can say form. The action will be /admin /order, and then double curly brackets, and then ID, and then /delete. Then we can say method equal to post, and inside this form we will have a button, and that will be of type submit. Then we can say class, give it some padding, text white, bg red 500, and then rounded large. And when we hover over it, we want the background to be red 600, and we can say active scale, and then 95, and then we can say focus outline to be none, and then focus ring 2, focus ring red 400, and then we can say transition all, and then we can add our click event. So we're gonna say on click, and then we can just use the browser confirm pop-up. So here we can say return confirm. You sure you want to delete this order? They will get up the browser pop-up that will say, are you sure you want to delete this order? And then they can say yes or no. And if they press yes, we will send a request to the server. And inside this button, we will create a little SVG. All it does is basically it will render a cross. And so it's a super basic SVG. And after the TR, we want to end the loop for all the orders. So we can say double curly brackets and then end. So it looks like we have some errors with our HTML structure. So let's try to fix that. If we scroll up, and then let's see, we go here. So these divs, these closing divs let's copy them, and they should be at the bottom instead. Like this. And we can remove this one because it's a duplicate of that one. And then let's go to the bottom here and let's just paste it. And then we can try to format the document. So format with HTML, and then we can just do like this. This should be the correct structure, and it should now also be formatted. And then let's just go through this quick and see if there's any mistake. So we can start at the top. I'm just trying to scan for mistakes. Maybe there's something I spelled wrong. And here is one. For example, this should be back, drop, blur, small. Let's scroll down. And here is also a mistake. It should be blue dash 700. And here it looks like I misspelled. So it should be font, medium. And then let's scroll down. Here is also spelling mistakes. It should be pizza. So here the current pizza, and then we want to get the name of the pizza. So it should be pizza. It was missing an I here. And then, so it looks like on the select, I forgot to add a onChange event. So here we can add a onChange event on change. Every time a value is changed in the select list, we want to submit the form. To do that, we can say this.form.submit. So then when the admin want to update the status, they just pick a new value in the select, and then it will submit that data to the server. Let's see. I think this is fine, and I think this should be it. So what we can do now is we can open up terminal, and let's see, it looks like my server is not running. Let's start it. If you had it running, you can just restart it. And then let's go to our dashboard and let's just refresh. And then we can try to log in again with the user. So admin, password 1234. Here we get taken to the dashboard. However, I don't see any orders, and I think that's because I cleared the database, so we have to create a new order. Let's do this by going to the start page, so localhost 8080, and then let's try to order some pizza. Name, let's say Patrick. Phone number, let's just enter some phone number here, so 0000. And then for the address, let's say Test Street 1337, and I want X large margarita, and I want a large pepperoni. Give it some special instructions, so make it crispy. And now let's submit it. The order is submitted and we get redirected to the tracking page. And then let's open up a new tab. So here I have another tab, and let's go to localhost 8080. Oh, it should be localhost 8080/admin. So here we can see the order that we placed, and this looks good. Let's test it out. So first we can try to hover over here. Do we see the special instructions? And yes, they show up. It says make it crispy. Then let's see if we can update the status of the order. So here we have order placed, and let's say preparing. And it seems like it updated the order here. Let's try to refresh the page. And then it says preparing. And if we go to the tracking page for that order, we can see it still says order placed, but that's because we haven't implemented the live updates yet. But if we refresh this page, it should then be set to preparing. That seems to be working. It gets set to preparing. And if we go back to the admin dashboard, we can try to delete the order. So if we click here on the X, we get up the little alert. Are you sure you want to delete this order? And I'm gonna press OK. And then it seems like the order is gone. The only thing left now is to implement the live updates. When the admin updates the status of an order, it should update live for the customer viewing the tracking page. Also, when a new order is created, it should pop up here under the description that a new order has arrived. We can now go back to our code editor, and here let's close these files, and then we can minimize this one. What we want to do now is we want to go to the CMD folder, and we can create a new file here. So we can call it notifications.go. And here we're going to create a small little notification packet so users can listen and receive to notifications. Let's first say this will belong to the package main. And then let's create our data structure. So we will have type notification manager struct. And this one will have two fields. The first field will be called clients. This will be all the clients listening for updates. That will be a map. And this map will have the key string. And the value will be another map. So map. And that will have a key of channel. And that will be string. And then the value will be Boolean. And when you see the data structure like that, it might be hard to visualize like how exactly it look like. So I prepared some example data, how it can look like. If we paste this one here, then we can see this one is a map. And in this map, we have a key. So here is one key, another key, and then the third key. This will basically be the topic the user is listening for. So they want to listen for updates for order with this ID. And this one are channels. Every channel will be one client. So currently there are two clients listening for updates for this order, and one client here listening for updates for this order. We will have a special event for admins. The reason for that is so regular users cannot listen for admin updates. So you can think of a channel kind of like a mailbox. To this mailbox, you can have someone delivering message to it, and you will also have someone reading the messages. Imagine you are the reader. Instead of having to ask, do I have a new message? Do I have a new message? When there's a new message in this mailbox, you will be notified about it, and you don't have to ask, are there any new messages? So we can delete this code now. And then the second field we will have will be called MU, and that will be of type inc RV mutex. You might be wondering, what is RV mutex? RV mutex is a lock that makes goroutines takes turn when accessing shared data. We need it because Go runs on multiple CPU cores, and unlike some other languages that will handle this protection automatically for you, in Go is your responsibility as developer to add locks and making it safe to read and write to this data. Basically, if we wouldn't use RV mutex and multiple Go routines are trying to read and write the data, what could happen then is we get corrupt data, or we could also get crashes. Example to demonstrate this. So in the root of our project, let's just create a new file, and we can call it example.go. And in this file, I will paste some code. Let's start with the first example here. We have a map similar to what we have in our code here. So we have a map, and then we create a loop, and this loop will spawn a Go routine. And every time in the loop, it will create a Go routine. And a Go routine is basically like a small, lightweight thread. Let's now open our terminal and see what happens when we run it. We can clear this. And then let's see here at the end, we have a main function, and we just call demonstrate map panic. Now we can run go run, and then we say example.go. Now when we run this, you can see that we get an error. And if we scroll up, it will say fatal error, concurrent map writes. What this means is basically multiple Go routines are trying to write to the same map, and Go doesn't like that, so it will crash. and you will get this error. In order to solve this problem, we would need to have a lock like RW mutex. When someone tried to read to the map, we would lock it and no one else could read to that map. They have to wait until it's their turn. For example, currently user A is writing to this map, so it's locked. User B is not allowed to write to the map and they have to wait for their turn. And then let's also check the number 2 example. Here we have a function called demonstrate race condition. And here we want to call it in the main, and then we can comment out the first one. Here we don't have a map, but we have a counter instead. We spawn multiple Go routines, and in the Go routine they try to increment the counter. Based on this, we are expected that the result will be 1000, but you will see when we run this, this is not the case. Let's clear this and run it again. We can see here it says expected 1000 got 965. That means we lost data. Let's try it again. Now it's 976, and let's try it one more time. 957. You might be wondering, like, why is this happening? Let's say that in this loop, let's say it's currently I is equal to 10. And then when Go tries to read this, it reads it as 10, and then it wants to increment it and set it to 11. But then maybe there are multiple Go routines doing this at the same time. So maybe there are 3 Go routines doing it at the same time. That would be read 10, set it to 11, read 10, set it to 11, and then read 10, set it to 11. That means you lose the data of 2 of this iteration. What we actually want to happen is it would be 10 to 11, 11 to 12, and then 12 to 13. After showing this example, I hope you get some idea why we need to use a lock like RW mutex. And then let's just delete this file because we don't need it anymore. And then we can go back to our notification. We have our data structure here, and let's create a constructor for it. So we can say func new notification manager, and I will return the reference to a notification manager. And here we can just say return, and it will return a pointer to the notification manager. So we can say star and notification manager, and then we will just say return, and then an and sign to make it into a pointer, and then we say notification manager. We will say clients, and then we will say make map, and the keys will be string, and then the value will be another map that will be channel string, and the value for that one will be boolean. Here is wrong, it should be map like this. And then we want to create the add client method, so we can say func, and then we attach it to the notification manager. We will say add client, then we'll have key, that will be a string, so that will be the subject that I showed before that the client want to listen to. So for example, the specific order ID. And then we have the client. The client will be a channel that receives and send messages that are of the type string. And what we want to do here is we want to use our lock. So we can say n and then mu, and then we will lock it. And then we're gonna say defer n dot mu unlock. After we have finished running this method, then we will unlock it. Because we are gonna write to our data structure, we are locking it, and we are saying only one Go routine can access it, and the other one have to wait for their turn. And then we want to do a check. We want to check if that topic already exists in our data structure. So we can say if n.clients, and then we pass the key. If that is equal to nil, that means no one is listening to get updates about this. So what we're gonna do then is we will say n clients, and then the topic, so the key, And here we will create a new map. So we will say make map. There will be a Go channel, so channel of string type. And then the value of that will be a Boolean. And now after this, we can be sure that that map exists. So what we can do is we can say n clients, and then the topic, so the key, and then we want to use our channel as a key. So we can say client, and then we just set it to true. And then we want to add a method for removing a client. So we can say func n, and then attached to notification manager, we will say remove client. We will pass key string and then client channel string. We will lock the data structure, and then we will say if clients. So we will create a variable here and set clients to be equal to n.clients.key. Then we want to do a check. So if clients not equal to nil, that means this topic exists and someone are listening for updates. What we can do then is we will say delete, and from the clients we want to delete a specific client. So what delete does is built into Go. So you pass the map. Here we are passing our map clients, and then we pass the key that we want to delete. We pass it here. Imagine you have a specific order, and then there could be like multiple users that have their browser open on that order, and they will listen for updates. That order ID will have multiple clients listening to the updates. But then let's say that client A closed their browser. We want to remove them from receiving any updates, but we don't want to remove the other clients. And then inside here we can do one more if check. So after running this delete, and if that topic has no more clients listening for updates, that mean is empty, and we can then remove it from the data structure. So we can say if length of clients equal to 0. In that case, we will say delete n.clients, and then we pass the key. And the last step in this method is to call close client. And after we remove the channel from our data structure, we want to close the channel. And this is to prevent memory leaks, because this channel will not receive any updates anymore. We can now add a client, we can remove a client, and now we need a way to notify the client. So we can say func, and then n star notification manager, and then we will say notify. And to notify, we need the key, and then we also need a message. We'll say string, and instead of saying lock, this time we will say r lock. The difference between lock and r lock is only one Go routine can access the data, but when you do r lock, everyone can read from the data, but no one can write to it. That allows us to send out multiple notifications at the same time, and we don't have to worry about the data being changed when we send out those notifications. And then we want to have a loop, so we'll say for client, and we will loop over our map with clients, so we can say range, and then for the topic that we want to send out all the notification to, so the key, and this will get us all the clients listening to updates for this topic, or in other words, that order ID. And inside this loop, we will write select, and then we will say case client, and we will have a little arrow that goes to the client, and that will send message. And then we will have a default case, so default. So in case you are not familiar with this syntax, you can think of select as being a switch statement, but for channels. And here we are saying we want to send this message to this client, And this is the send operator. In case, for example, the channel is full and we cannot send any more message, we don't want to block it. We just want to keep going. So then we add our default case and it will just be ignore and keep going with the other clients. So that's it. We created our small notification library and we will now start using it. So here we can create a new file in the CMD folder and we will call it events.go, and that will belong to the package main. And this will be the different handlers for the events. So first let's say func, that belongs to the handler, and we will call it notification handler. It takes the gene context and the order ID that they want to receive a notification about. So we'll say order ID, and we set that to be C query and then order ID. Then we can do a check like if they actually set the order ID. So we can say if order ID equal to empty string. In that case, we just return string 400 and then invalid order ID. And then we can just return here. And then we want to check if the order actually exists in the database. We can do underscore here because we will not care about the value. We're gonna get back and then error. And we can set that to be h, so handler.orders and then get order. We pass the order ID and then we will check if error not equal to nil. In that case, we can say C string 404 order not found. And then let's just return here. And let's fix the spelling mistake. So if, that should be capital letter like that. So if we come this far, that means this order exists in the database and they can listen for updates. Here we will create a variable and we will call it key. And key we will set to order colon and then plus order ID. And there's nothing magic about this. You could have called it anything you wanted, but I just thought it was clear when this is represented in our data structure, it will say order and then the ID of that order. And then we would easily know what clients are listening to what order ID. Then we will create our client. So client, that will be the channel. So we can say make channel that reads and sends a string, and then we will give it a size of 10. You might be wondering why 10. This is just to give the channel some buffer size. In case the client is slow to receiving the message, it still has some buffering before the channel becomes full. But then we don't want to say like, for example, 10,000 or something like that, because that will just take up unnecessary memory, and 10 is a good buffer size for this example. And then we want to use the library that we created, so we want to add a client. But before we can do that, let's add the notification manager to our handler. This we can do by opening the handlers.go. Here we have our orders and users, and then we will say notification manager. There will be a pointer, and then we just say notification manager, and it should not be capital letters, so it should be like this. Then here we can just create it. So we will say notification manager, and then let's use the constructor, so new notification manager. And if we now go back to events.go, we should be able to use it. We can say h notification manager, and then we can say add client. And the topic we want to listen for is this key. So let's pass the key. And then let's also pass our channel. That would be client. We have now added our client. And then we will have a defer function. And this is basically a cleanup function that will run when the connection ends. So we can say defer func. And then we will say h.notification manager. And then we will say remove client. And we pass the key, we pass our client. We can add some logging here too, if we want to. So let's say like slog info, and then customer client disconnected. And then, for example, we can pass order ID, and then just pass the order ID. And then we have to call it like this. And then at the end, we will say h.stream server send event. We will pass the context and we'll pass the client. This method is a method that we're going to create now. Here we will set up the server side event. It'll let the browser listen for updates from the server. And this happens in real time. Whenever the server sends a message, the browser receives it immediately. We can say func and we attach it to our handler. And then we will say stream SSE. It will take the gene context and then the client. That will be a string channel. And here we want to set some header. So we can say c and dot header. Then we will say content type. And that will be of text event stream. And let's copy this 2 times here. And then instead of content type, we will say cache control. And here we can say no cache. And this one we can say connection. And then we just say keep alive. This tells the browser this is a server-side event. We don't want this to be cached and we want the connection to be kept open. And then we will say context and then stream. Here we will pass a function and this will take the IO writer. So we can say W and then IO dot writer. And this function will return a boolean. So bool. And inside here we will say if message and then OK. And then we will say a client. If everything OK. Then we can say context, server-side event. We will pass message as the key and then message as the value. And then here we can return true to continue streaming. And then after here we can just say return false to stop the streaming. And here it should not be any parentheses. And I think it should be a parenthesis here like that. And then from the client we will use the arrow here. Let's go through how it works. When this will be sent to our browser, the browser will know this is a server-side event. And here, every time this client get a message, we will send it to the browser. And after sending it, we will say return true. That means we will keep listening to updates. Then it receives a new message. It will send that message to the client and so on. And this keeps going until the channel is closed. So remember here we call the remove client, and when we remove the client, the channel will be closed and this one will be triggered. And then no more streaming will be done to the client. So this handler will be used for the customer that is listening for order updates. And then we want to have a specific handler for the admin. So here we can say func, then handler, and then we will say admin, notification handler. And that one will take the pointer to the gene context. So we can say star gene context. And inside here, let's first start with our key. So we will have a key and we will say admin. And then we will call it new orders. And then we will create our client. We make channel and then string. And we set the size to be 10. And then we will say notification manager dot add client. We pass our key, we pass our client. And then we can copy this code here and we paste it here. And instead of saying customer client, we can say client disconnected. And then this one we can just delete. And then we want to call our stream method. So we will say stream server-side events. And we pass the context and we pass the client. We can then open up our routes. So let's go to the routes file. And after this one, we can say router get / notifications. And then we pass h.notification handler. And then for our admin, let's go down here and we can say admin.get/notifications. So this one will be /admin/notifications. And this should be uppercase, so get. And then we pass our handler, so h.admin notification handler. And because this is protected by our middleware, only authenticated users can receive admin notification. What we want to do now is we want to send this notification when an order is created or when an order changes status. Let's open our handler for customer. So we can say customer.go. And then we want to scroll down until we see handle a new order post. So if we reached here, that means the order was successfully created. So we can call our notification manager. So we'll say handler and then notification manager. And then we can notify. And for new orders, we want to notify the admins. The key that we used was admin:new orders. So this will be the key. And then we'll also pass a message. We can say new order. And then let's copy this one and we can go to our admin handler. So admin.go. We have this one, handle order put. And before we redirect, here we can call our notification manager, but here we're going to update the key. So we will say order : and then plus order ID. Then here we can say order updated. Now we just need to update our templates. So if we open up customer.template and then we can scroll to the bottom. After this line, the update status bar, we can say const event source. And then we will say new event source. And here will be the URL for the notification route. So we say /, then we will pass the query parameter. So we can say ? order ID, and we will set that to be equal to order ID. And the order ID we can get here. So we can say const order ID, and then we set that to be equal to, we can say quotes, and then we just say double brackets, and then dot order and dot ID. And then here we can say event source. Here's an event we can listen on. It's called on message. That means a new message has been received, and we will set that to be an arrow function. So when a new message is received, we can just do location.reload. So when a new message is received, we reload the page. And then we will say event source, and we can say on error. And we set that to be error function. And in case there's an error, we can just log it to the console. So console.error. And then event source failed. And then we pass our error. And in case you haven't used event source before, this is an API in JavaScript that lets you receive server-sent events. So we connect to the server-sent events handler that we created, and then you have different events. So you have on message, and then you have, for example, on error. And every time we receive a new message, we know that for this event, that means the status of the order has been updated. And now we also want to update our admin template, so we can open it up. So admin and then template. Before we're adding the JavaScript, we're also going to add some more HTML. So below the reload button, we're going to create a span. So span, and then we will give it an ID, and we will say last fetched. And let's also give it some styling. So class, text small, text gray 500, margin left 4, font medium. And we're not going to give this any value because we will update it with JavaScript. This will show a date when we last fetched the data. And below this, we will create a new span. So span, and we will give this an ID, and we will say new orders badge. And then we're going to give it a class too. So class, we say margin left 2, text, x small, font semi-bold, and then we say text white, bg red 500, and we say rounded full. Then we say px3, py 1.5, and then hidden, shadow small. And inside this one, we will say 0 new orders. And every time we get a new order, we can just update the value of this one. And now let's add our JavaScript. So if we scroll down, and then after the div, we will create a script tag. So we say script, and then we will say document, add event listener, and we can say DOM content loaded. So when the page has loaded, what we want to do is we pass it a function, and inside this function we will say const update time, and that will be a function, and we will say last updated on, and then we use the $sign and the curly brackets to pass variables. Inside here we can say new date, and then we can say to local string, and below that we will say const last fetched, and that will be equal to the document dot get element by ID. So here we will get the last fetched element, and then we can say last fetched. We want to update the content of last fetch, so we say dot text content, and then we will call our update time function, so update time. Then we can create a variable here, so we can say let new orders count, and we set that to be 0. And then we want to set up a event source like we did in the customer, so we can say event source, and we set that to be new event source. And then inside here we will pass the URL, so that will be admin / notifications. And then we want to listen on the onMessage events, so we can say event source dot onMessage, and we set that to be a function. And here we have the event as an argument, and inside this function we want to increment the new orders count, so new orders count, and then we can say ++, and then we also want to update the content of the new orders batch, so we say new orders batch text content, and we will set that to be equal to a template string. And then inside here we pass the new orders count, we say new order, and then we will pass the new orders count again. Then we want to check if that is equal to 1. In that case, render a empty string, and let's remove the bracket here and set it here instead. If new orders count is equal to 1, then we want to return an empty string, and if it's bigger than 1, we want to return s. So depending if it's a single new order or if there are multiple new orders, we add the s. And then what we can do is, because new orders badge has a class of hidden, so if we scroll up here again, scroll up, and then here you can see it has the class of hidden, so this span is not visible. And then here we want to remove that class, so we can say class list dot remove, and we want to remove the hidden class. And then we can say last fetched, we want to update the text content, and we will say that should be equal to update time, so that will be this function that we created. And in case there's an error, we can just do event source on error, pass it an arrow function, so error, and then we can just say console error event source failed, and we can then pass the error here. Every time a new order is created, this onMessage will be triggered, and then we will update the count of the badge, and then we will also update the content of when we last fetched the data. And then when the admin press the reload button, this badge of new orders will disappear. So this was it, and we can now test it out. So let's open up our terminal and let's close this one down. So we can start our server here, or if you already have it running, you can just restart it. And then let's go back to our browser and we can refresh here. So currently we have no orders. Let's open up a new tab with our pizza order form. So here I have a different tab and let's place an order. So what we can do is I will put this to the right side and then I have the dashboard. So I'll put that one to the left side. Let's now order a pizza, and if everything is working, we should get a little badge here that's saying a new order has been created. Let's say my name, Patrick, and fill in some phone number, 0000, and then the address, Test Street 5. And I want a small margarita. I'm gonna press place order, and something didn't work. It seems that we have an error, so let's see if we can spot it. This page isn't working. Local host didn't send any data. Let's go back to our editor and see if there's any error. Something crashed the application. Let's see if we can find out what it is. So it says fatal error, sync unlock of unlocked RV mutex. That's interesting. Let's open up our notification.go because I will suspect the error is here. And let's see if we can find it. So here we have our mutex. And let's see. I don't see any errors here. Nothing here. What about in the notify? Okay, so yeah, I found the error. The error is here at the defer. When you're using rlock and you want to unlock it, you shouldn't say unlock. You should say runlock like this. So let's now start our server again. And we can go back to our browser. So let's refresh here. We got the order here, but let's try to create a new order again. So it looks like when I refreshed it, submitted the request again. Let's just go back here, open up the order page. So let's order again, Patrick, and then some phone number, Test Street 80. And this time, let's say large 4 cheese pizza. And then let's press place order. We can then see that this batch showed up and we have a new order. So let's try to refresh the page and we can then see that the order shows up here. And then if it's working also for the customer, if we update the status of the pizza, it should be live updated here. So let's try that. Let's set it to ready. And we can then see instantly it gets updated. This is a bit embarrassing. So as you can see here in the address, it also says my name. So we've been having a bug this whole time and I missed it. Sorry for that. But I wanted to show you how to fix it. So let's go to the editor. And then for our customer handler, and where we have the order request struct, we can see here we bind the different values. And for the address, we bind it to name, but obviously it should be address like this. So if we restart the server and let's just try it again and see if that solved the problem. Let's go back here and we can refresh here in the admin and then let's just place this order. So we have a new order and then we refresh. And we can now see that this is working. We get the address displayed here. This is the end of this tutorial and you have completed the whole project. Now, if you like this video, don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Also, if there's anything specific you want me to make a video about, just leave a comment, or maybe there's something I can improve for future videos, let me know.